Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Ori and the Blind Forest. This game was put forth by several people, including but not limited to Primal D&B, Jesse P, Kira White Noise, Ciela, Frieza, Michael Jones, Andy, Camper Darby, MS Cardo, Tazara, Berserkeru, Cat Horse, Fringe Philosopher, Doom Rider, The God Emperor's Finest, Kuri Song, Slime Time, Diesel Edge, Tyonis, Lore Reloaded, Zastil the Keeper, NLG Arm Devil, Trafin, the person who put this on the books, which is Colin Peluso, and our two majority shareholders, which are Churen and Hazardous Materials. Thank you, all of you, very, very much for making this run happen and allowing me to continue to have a roof over my head and delicious nachos in my belly. I do apologize for the slightly delayed return. I decided, I got most of the paperwork done pretty quickly. I was like, okay, I'm going to lay down because I'm friggin' tired. So then I laid down. And then I woke up an hour later and I'm like, well, I might as well have lunch at this point so I can just do a long second shift. So I had lunch. It was nachos. And now, well, this should be strange. Because, for those of you who haven't heard me say this 15 times, I have played this game many, many, many times, but all of that was in the randomizer. So I'm very accustomed to this game, very used to it, but from the wrong perspective, essentially. Whoops, I forgot to do this. I did forget one thing on my paperwork, sweet. So, okay, this is a quick thing to do. So, I'm used to doing things extraordinarily out of order, for reasons that we'll discuss kind of anecdotally as we go through. It can be really funny, too, some of the stuff you can do completely out of order in this game. But the real question is, how good is this game going to actually hold up? We've been talking a lot about visual design lately, and I am pretty sure that visuals and music are a lot of why people like this game. And there's nothing invalid about that, but I bring that up because, well, we already have an example of this. This was going to be my go-to example for this particular phenomenon, but we have a better example, and that example is Okami on the Wii. Now, Okami is a very visually unique and stylistic game. It's also not that good. It's got several issues on the narrative axis, and it honestly kind of sucks on the gameplay axis. But everyone praises the hell out of it. Why? Because of its unique and arguably good visual and audio style. So, Ori and the Blind Forest. Ori and the Blind Forest, I'm going to say this very, very bluntly, is not that good of a Metroidvania. It is, I'd say, kind of middle tier, mid, as the common parlance tends to go. It's not bad by any extent. There are certain sections which are totally getting some friggin' negatives, because holy crap. And the controls, if you remember the very first time we played this, we actually had to put the game down because the controls were so bugged that we literally physically could not beat the game, so we ended up putting it down. But Ori and the Blind Forest is one of those games that I hear, I hate to use the phrase overpraised, but it's one of those games that I hear overpraised as a game. And I think it's entirely because of the visuals and the audio. Because people tend to really value those. And I find that fascinating. Not really a negative thing, really. There's no judgment here. It's honestly just interesting to me. Because obviously I understand the concept. If you give me a minute, I can probably think of a game that visually looks fantastic to me. But I don't understand that personally, for the same reason I mentioned back during Okami. Now, yes, Okami is obviously a worse example of this, but Okami looks neat. That's cool. Is it fun to play? Is it interesting narratively speaking? You get the point. So we'll see how this one actually holds up, because one of the whole points of the current review system, the one that we've got here, General Malacord, one of the ones we got here, one of the whole points of the current review system is that it is intended to be more nuanced. Rather than giving a plus to something, we give two pluses and a negative to something, to put it into simplistic parlance. So I'm sure this game is going to be a net positive. Of course it is. I enjoyed enough to do several randos from it. but I don't think it's going to smash the hinges off of the score chart like I think some people expect it to. Thank you, Wraith, very, very, very much for that sub. Always enjoy and appreciate, and I will jot that down for things that you put it towards. Yeah, and then all my viewers leave. Just all of them. We are, of course, playing the PC version because the Switch version likes to crash. Oh, yeah, and just to say this for the first time, we should make a counter out of this. I have not played the second game. The second game came out when I was firmly in the era of doing games for the show and nothing else. And so the only time I would have had to play the second game is for the show. So that'll be blind, or pseudo-blind. I guess unfamiliar is what we call this. But this is a full-on familiar run. So let's get rid of a couple of needless things on the side. And let's make sure our options are correct. One right here. Which they should be. Hang on. So we may have to restart. Give me a second. We'll know pretty quickly. I know. Just bear with me. Okay, looks like we're okay. Hang on. Let me double check one thing really quick. Sorry, gotta give me a second here. Listen, Blade to Ball. Twitch just knows better than me or you or anybody. What? Okay, we appear to be good. Okay. Alright, so let's restart. Why can't I rebind? Oh, that's why. Yep, okay, hang on. And then we give up. We're done. We're done. Actually, yeah, I have seen that as it is. Not really a shock. That's how bots work. Anybody who actually understands how a bot works could tell you immediately that was going to happen. Excuse me. No, don't. Hang on. Anymore, but we're being invaded by Tuna Jenkins, which is interesting. Why is this not launching properly? Sorry, give me 1 second, please. That should be set correctly, but that's not set correctly. Okay, this is strange. Okay, I guess we're just gonna have to live with that. All right, whatever. We'll adjust. Okay. That's two convenience features I sort of assumed were going to be here that don't exist because they're random only. Thank you very, very, very much, Tuna Jenkins. Despite the speech I just gave, I am surprised you still donated, but thank you. If you would like to put this towards up to 3 streams of your choice, you're more than welcome to. But either way, I do very much appreciate the support. Looks like we can't adjust certain things, so we're just not going to. Don't worry, it was a dumb speech anyways, you know me. Maybe it's here? No, we have turned the motion blur off, which is good, because if that wasn't be able to turn off, holy crap. But yeah, we apparently cannot change our key bindings. So that's going to take me some getting used to. Whatever, we'll figure it out. So hang on, I gotta remember. Okay, so... Okay, let's do it. So hang on, let's delete this. I'm going to turn it down to easy, actually, because my controls are wrong. See why I brought up visual aesthetics prior to the Ori run, right? But even regardless of aesthetics, which again, do not get positives or negatives, you can tell a lot of information is being conveyed pretty quickly because of the design on display. We can tell pretty much immediately what's going on with the story without really needing any dialogue. There is dialogue, but we don't need it. And yeah, the animation, look at the water pouring over the log there. You see that? Like, this is going to get pluses to graphics. It's just not going to get them for the style. It's going to get them for every freaking thing else. When Naru embraced my life. Got the god rays right there. As a child of her own. Now, I want to give a weird statement here really quick, because some people have asked me, what's the difference between brickwork and visual storytelling? There is actually a distinction. Brickwork helps sell the immersion. It's part of feeling like you're there, right? You look around and it feels like you're in the cave, or you're in the ice temple, or you're in the water, whatever. That's brickwork to a T. It's the necessary component to add that extra little layer of feeling like you're actually present within a location rather than just being disconnected in some kind of zone, right? Visual storytelling is when some part of the background visuals or the visuals being presented are actually conveying the narrative, the plot or the character or the setting or whatever. I bring that up because Ori and the Blind Forest actually does both. This is one of the very, very few platformers that likes to do this kind of visual storytelling. Another one, of course, being most of the Metroids. And yeah, this is just a standing sprite. I'm actually in control here. Wee! Woo! So we got, just at a glance, we've got the guy, the crude drawing of Naru, and the tiny crude little drawing of Ori here. We've got this little fun little thing, which looks like we've just started sketching that one on here. We've got a nice little bit of sunlight coming in, highlighting the area. Little dream catcher over the place where we sleep, because that's where we sleep. And these orange and purple fruit, which I'm drawing attention to for a reason. Also notice that we've been marking trees as we go, which indicates that we've been searching for something for a while, and also, we'll get to it in a second. See? Every time we harvest a particular tree, we make a mark, and we can see how many trees in the background have those marks. That's visual storytelling. And there's lots and lots of fruit beyond the river. On that fateful night, when I lit the skies ablaze, I called out to Ori. And there's the plot. You don't know it yet, but that's the whole plot right there. Grasses start to die out. Reserves of food go away. The flowers, they've wilted. Yet hope never came. I think it would be more accurate to say the tree is simply a being, like a lot of nature creatures are in fiction. They're neither evil nor good, they're just there. Immediate visual contrast. Ignoring the obvious saturation, we have trees which are just dying out. Rotten. The log, which previously was a sturdy, solid log. Giant gaping holes in it. One last bit of fruit. Over the passage of time, life withered and decayed. When the forest was blind. Notice we offer it to her first. Still, hope showed its face. Also, just to call attention to it very briefly, we do have a trail for the exact same reason we did in Symphony of the Night. It's to call your attention to it. It's actually more important in this game because it's actually pretty easy to lose Ori in some ages, so having that little trail is helpful for visual distinction. And yes, memories. Now, you may think that's a little redundant, and it kind of is, but it's actually important to indicate just how much time has passed. This has not happened over the course of a few months. An orphan once more. With no reason to stay. Searching for my light. So weak, so frail. When cries were met with silence. And hope went astray. And my child's strength faltered. And the last breath was drawn. My light revived Ori, for a new age had dawned. And for some reason, we got that stupid pop-up. I need to turn those off. It's funny that I've never gotten that achievement before. So, that was a thing. They're on by accident is the problem. That something changed my settings somewhere. There we go. Fixed. So let's part and parcel that out, shall we? Because that's a lot to unpack, which is why I was trying to cover it as we went. Now, I just want to give an anecdote really quick before we really dive into this. Not too long ago, I had someone pop into stream. It was last week. And they said, hey, how could you possibly have a strong story or a strong story focus in a platformer? That's not what you come to a platformer for. And while that is a valid statement to make, after all, we're here for gameplay, the response I gave and the response that immediately jumped in my mind was, well, why can't we have a story focus in a platformer? The only thing that really limits that is the specifics of the type of story you want to tell. And frankly, there's lots of ways to do that. Also, I could probably name a dozen platformers off the top of my head that have a strong story focus, but that's neither here nor there. But I bring all that up because, yeah, I was actually about to use the exact same comparison, Mr. Red. It's the same thing where you don't play an FPS for the story. As we've said a few thousand times before, games don't really need story. but the introduction of good story pretty much always elevates a game above and beyond. So, I hope you enjoyed that intro, because it's about 80% of the story of this game. They really, really threw themselves into that intro, narratively speaking. It's not like there is no story in the rest of the game, but not to the same extent at all. Now let's see here. So we've got visual storytelling. Normally we would just give intro pluses, but remember, the way the system works is we can zoom in or zoom out. Oh yeah, Psychonauts 2 is absolutely a platformer. Zero question. It's a 3D platformer, but it's still a platformer. Oh my god, come on, work with me. Visual storytelling. So, intros, right? The reason the review system works the way it does is that I could give a plus to an intro, or I could give a plus to individual elements of an intro, and that's what we're going to be doing right now. So all of this is actually part of the intro. So we've got visual storytelling. We've got the brickwork, which is its own kind of thing and deserves its own positive. We've got the music direction, which was absolutely spot on. We've got just the, let's go with the feels of the moment, for lack of a better way to put that. We're going to put that in a cutscene. I'm also going to put foreshadowing in there. No, I think we'll call it themes. Because Ori and the Blind Forest is one of those games that has actually extremely... So, 6 points of story, right? So you got plot, characterization, character growth, settings, themes, and fun. Those are the 6 points of story, right? Now, almost every story out there focuses on one of these 6 things, right? Maybe it's trying to be really fun. Maybe it's trying to, have a big character focus. Maybe it's trying to develop a setting, and maybe it's trying to have a strong plot. But a game like Ori, this is all about theme. The characters in this game are there, and they're not bad, but there's like 3 of them. In fact, I got 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 characters in this game, functionally. So that's not a big thing. Plot? Well, there is actually a plot, and we've technically already seen it happen. But we're not really going to talk about that until the plot actually comes to the forefront, which will not be done until literally the last level. So that's not a big focus. Character growth, well, we already talked about that. Setting, not so much. So all that leaves is theme and fun, and this isn't a fun story. If you're wondering what a fun story is, then just look at any schlock or humor kind of a piece. That's something that focuses on fun. Anyways, themes. So, for example, Ori just died. And as is very, very common with these kind of narrative bits that work with nature, death and rebirth are usually kind of seen as essentially the same thing. To my knowledge, you cannot, which reminds me, unskippable cutscenes. Thank you for reminding me about that. That's something they specifically added to the randomizer for reasons I don't feel like they need to explain. And you still can't skip every cutscene. There are some cutscenes you just have to watch. So themes. We have death and rebirth, which is obviously a fairly big theme. And the nature of the forest itself, which is obviously dying around us. By the way, a bit of a visual continuity thing. How many of you noticed the giant mountain in the background of most of the shots? Because not only is that relevant, but we'll actually be going there. Just thought I'd point that out while we're here. There's also a bit of a thematic approach. And I don't know how to explain this, so forgive me. One being part of the whole, being part of the one. In other words, Ori is a leaf from a tree spirit. And yet that doesn't mean Ori isn't an individual, just the same as it doesn't mean the tree spirit isn't part of Ori. The whole point is the circular loop, right? Another very common thing when it comes to these kind of natural storytelling things. So the fact that Ori was lost from the tree meant that the tree was missing a part of itself, and the self was missing part of the tree. In both, again, it goes both directions. So that forms most of the basis of the initial quest here. We're trying to re-find our home, aka ourself, and we already saw what the tree did, because the tree basically nuked the forest trying to find us, which had some consequences, and we'll be seeing those consequences throughout the entirety of the game, because everywhere we go has been visually impacted, listen to me, has been personally impacted by that attempt to find us. Because, as I mentioned earlier, the tree isn't really good or evil. It's just there. I'm missing something. Blong! And there was no response to the blong, so we're going to do a lot stronger. Blong! And it just kind of kept blonging until finally everything went straight to hell. And all of the nature, for lack of a better way to put it, in the whole area is severely imbalanced. Now, one of those interesting little aspects about nature, and people in chat could probably talk about this in more depth than I can, is that nature has a tendency to balance itself out because that's how math works. So, we have a storm. What is a storm? A storm is two atmospheric and pressure and humidity and liquidity fronts restabilizing themselves, right? That they're just and they're trying to restabilize down to equality, and that is the point of the whole game. Is that Ori is the impetus, the very first pebble in order to start the landslide, in order to rebalance everything, and you'll be seeing that as we go through here. Because, yeah, as we will see throughout the course of this game, this place has been allowed to rot for a while. We don't know exactly how long, because these games don't tend to have that kind of a tight focus on timelines, but it's been a minute. Okay, so, and that's going to go under here. And yeah, we're just going to go ahead and drop these 6 positives right off the bat. And 1 negative, because we already talked about that. That's a good point, Mr. Red. I don't even know what I was thinking. I apologize. All right, so this is going to take some getting used to. Whoa, okay. Okay. There's the trail. I already mentioned the trail. Sorry, you're a sorry. God. So mean. You'll forgive me for knowing exactly where I'm going. Although, by memory, there's not a lot of points in this game where you could get lost, which is always nice. The jump button is A, which is throwing me a little bit, but only a little bit. Oh yeah, someone mentioned earlier that the intro might have been even stronger without the narration. If I'm being completely honest, I think I agree. But at the same time, I don't think it's a negative. I just think you notice I did not give a positive for narration. I think it's just there. I am seeing the light and eyes of the spirit tree. I was lost in this glen when she loosened her grip. I can guide you on your journey if you allow me to come. But still, can you hear that? They must have followed you here. So it doesn't feel natural for my hands to hold A and X in order to attack, and that's the main reason. I might actually think about rebinding this just to smooth this out a little bit. And no, I've never done a deathless run of this. I've never tried. The lights shall return to me. These words the spirit tree once said. I forgot there was even dialogue in this game. In the glade past the caverns we'll find him. There's a path up ahead. So there's our map, and I told you there's the friggin' mountain. Yeah, I don't think I could even try deathless, like I said. So my approach on a rando is to pretty much beeline for triple jump. Might not do that this time. Let me think about this. That's gotta do that. God, this is so weird. I really wish I could rebind. Why don't you let me rebind? Why? Oh, whatever. It's fine theoretically. I actually do know where the collectible is you're talking about. It's this one right here. I just forgot about it. Oh yeah, notice the eyes in the background here. I would say... I would lean towards shorter, but in a good way, as the saying goes. God, this is so unnatural. There's... Hang on. There's gotta be a way to rebind this. Surely there's a way to rebind this. The best, longest Metroidvania? Probably Prime 1, to be honest with you. Okay, so we're gonna quit the game forever and never come back. We're done. That's it. That's it. Although I am going to give a second and actually a third negative over here. Playing on keyboard and mouse. Yeah, combat is not a strong suit of the first game. The first game's combat is... well, okay, I shouldn't say that. There's actually a lot of ways to do the combat in the first game. And by a lot, I mean like 3. But the combat is intended to be avoid the enemy and hit the button. Now I'm looking at it right now, Crazy Horse. That's actually what I got up right here. So we need to find an app data. No wonder. Hello, Evo. You missed a whole discussion on art design, and visual design, and music design, and visual design, and visual design. Go watch the VOD. Being clean is always good, period. Yeah, go watch the VOD. Go watch the VOD right now. Ignore me right now. Rewind the Twitch VOD and go watch it, because I'm just rebinding settings right now. So go watch the VOD. Do it! Do it now! Alright, let's see. So this is going to be under here. Top 5 intros? No. It's a good intro, but it is merely 6 positives to story. And I know that sounds mild, but when you've covered as many hundreds of games as I have, you'd start to see some very, very minute improvements at the top percent of a percent. Still, it's a damn good intro. I do very much enjoy it. It's probably the best part of the game, really. Here we go. Okay, so I just need to swap B and A. And then X and Y. And that should be that, hopefully. There's no guarantee of the game being replayable after remapping. Thanks, game. Come on, guys. Goodness. Actually, yeah. Modern Warfare tends to have... Modern Warfare 1 has a really, really good intro. Actually, it is Evo, but I forget how to do it. Okay, so good news. That didn't work at all. That's it's okay. Hang on. Let's double check here. I might just have to live with this because this is not helping. Let's just try this. We're just going to go really, really simple rebinding here. And if this doesn't work, then we're going to give up and kill ourselves. Not in real life, don't worry. Maybe. What in the world are you doing, dog? Apparently the dog is just trying to get my attention. Sure. Okay, let's see if that worked. Probably not. That did not work. Okay. Whatever. We'll just live with it. That's gonna really throw me, not gonna lie. So, I forgot these were even in. Spirit walls are ancient structures that were used to traverse all of Nibble. The lights of the spirit walls will also replenish your energy, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so, this is color distinction, which we're going to go ahead and jot down right now. There's going to be a lot of pausing in the early part of the game. Because color distinction. Kind of the purplish red thing, those are enemies. Light blue, those are good. Yellows, those are experience. Greens, those are health. It's pretty much covers the gamut. Doesn't always work, but it's there. I have to write down some thoughts here too. You'll also notice this is, so we were talking about just yesterday the difference between a Metroidvania and a Castlevania Metroidvania, because there is actually a distinction in style between the two. One is more focused on combat, like Hollow Knight, and one is more focused on platforming, like Metroid. This is a Metroidvania. The focus is far heavier on platforming than it is on any other aspect of the game. Oh, here we go. Quit the game immediately. Before we could save, we must prevent ourselves from saving. We also need to write down guidance. I should have just left the randomizer on. Of course, Eva. Hey, Ginger. Thank you very, very much. You can. I'm gonna have to figure out what that is, but you can. Still didn't work. Hang on. Button rebinding is set to true. A is set to 2, and B is set to 1, and we flopped it. So why? I mean, that's going to happen someday, Mr. Red. See you around, Crazy Horse. I swear I'm going to give up on this at some point. Just give me a second. One last try. One last attempt at rebinding. It was set to false, hazardous. That's what we just did. Because you're right, we've encountered that before. Nope. Cool. Well, thank you for checking for me, Ginger Ninja. I do appreciate it. saved me a little bit of paperwork. So that's going towards Spiritfarer, Batman, Arkham, Origin City, and Pokemon Arceus. Yeah, the fact that it's resisting rebinding this hard, like, I already gave this a negative, but what? That's such a strange choice. If you don't understand the problem, and this is admittedly a me problem, although rebinding is not a me problem. So jump is over here on circle, as if you're using a PlayStation controller, and attack is on triangle up here. So you have to hold it like this. Now, if this sounds normal to you, that's fine, and that's cool, and that's wonderful. This is, however, my normal. It's not only more comfortable for me to hold, but it's a lot easier for me to be precise this way than having to do this extra stretch and having my thumb in a weird position. That's the issue I'm running into. It's very strange. But whatever. We give up. We give up. We give up. I prefer attack to be Y myself. That's my preference. Jump is B, attack is Y. Anyways. This is Ori. No, Y as in square. I mean, we have a pretty good idea of what Ori is. Ori's a tree spirit, or rather a tree leaf that comes from a tree spirit. Yes, I know that for the probably what can only be referred to as the stupidest reason in the world, they decided to go ahead and swap the X and the Y on the Xbox controller versus the Nintendo standard. So for anybody wondering why I insist that the left button is Y, it's because in my head, for the last 35 years, Y has been the left button. So, I should be talking about level design, because there's so much here that I'm used to, and I'm just kind of breezing over it. So in a similar manner to some other Metroidvanias, the game does a lot to naturally, thanks to the level design, inhibit what you can do. So let's go through this sequentially, shall we? Just really quick. Just follow through with me on this. This is all part of the gameplay intro, which we haven't even, like, finished being in yet. So, you know, the first thing we do is we go left here. It's the only thing we do. If we had gone right, we would run into a frickin' wall that we can't surpass. And our mothers would text us and we would have to respond to them. I do hope you get some good foods, comma, and at least one treat, exclamation mark. So, if we go right, we can't go right, so we have to go left. No problem. We go over this thing, we cannot go back. We cannot get back up this. We need one of 4 different methods in order to get back up this ledge. Okay, no problem. So now we're locked down here. Now, when we initially get down here, we can go up here. But if you're paying attention, there was a purple thing right here, which I just knocked over. And when we start the game, we do not have the ability to attack at all. So without the ability to attack at all, this is another wall. Okay, so naturally, the only place we can go is down here. Hands up. How many of you didn't realize you could do this for an uncomfortably large period of time the first time you played this game? Anyways, so, we go down here, and now there was a purple thing covering this wall and covering this thing. So we are now completely locked in. We're tunneled into this spot, and we cannot progress forward. There also were no enemies here as well. So we jump across, jump across, jump across, jump across. We bounce on a thing to give us our first health up in case we've taken any damage at this point. There's an enemy we do not have the ability to destroy, but once we jump up, it smashes into the wall, and we're through. We get the ability to attack. Cool. Now we go back Sorry for running all through this again. I should have done this the first time, but I was being distracted by the frickin' controls! Anyways. Now we can get up and over. Now we can't go up here right now because we don't have any of the things that'll give us verticality. So instead we can go up. Once again, we cannot go further right because we still can't get up this ledge. So now we have access over here. And you see how the level design doesn't just guide us in a direction, but it also naturally opens up over time. Not because we got a key, but because, well, okay, partially because we got a key, but also because we have access to stuff. And there's a couple of quick tutorials to teach you how to get a few items, and you get the idea. Either way, if we were to do this, and then go shwunk, and assume we hadn't gotten the thing up top, we would run into a key door. The spirit gates block us. They were built for protection before the days of decay. The required keystones must be nearby. Yep, that's cool. So, you can see right there. 1, 2. There are 2 things we need. We have 2 on hand. Boop, boop. So that's our introduction into keys. Actually caught back up with where we're supposed to be. We actually have a thing, which is funny. Blackwood Burrows, so we've got all kinds of places we can go now. We even have the ability to get mana back. We also have a door we can't do anything with for a minute. Does the game have a plot? Yes. Energy cell. The plot is pretty basic. As I said earlier in the intro, that you definitely rewound to go watch, right? The game focuses a lot more on themes than it does on plot. Hey, we don't have any things. Okay, well, we are once again guided. This is a good time as any. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna Alt-Tab, well, first of all, I'm gonna turn down the audio, because that was requested earlier, so we'll turn down the audio. And we'll just leave it there. There we go. Right, I've never played this game before. Where am I going? I know nothing. We're gonna mute past me. Nobody wants to listen to you. Okay. We're gonna have a dog trying to get attention. He's gonna fail at it. That's okay. That's okay. Alright, so we're gonna pull up our own VODs, which there used to be a button right here to allow us to watch our own VODs. Naturally, it's not here anymore because that would be like the smart thing to do. So instead, we're gonna do this. And then we're gonna go do this. Here we go. Hey! So let's skip ahead to when the actual intro started. Nope, that was me double checking to make sure that the thing wasn't there. There we go. Okay, and then we'll get a clip or a link at this time. And here's not just a link to the video, Evo. Here's a link to the timestamp of the video. Behold my power! I'd rather die, act. Hi, 040. Okay, so... Intro, we're going to jot that down, obviously. We're also going to jot down visual noise. So, one of the biggest complaints I have about this game, and one of the biggest reasons why I've never actually attempted a deathless run or anything like that of this game, is because there is a huge amount of visual noise to combat. You've actually already seen it. Right. Like, it's already been obvious, because when you start to really God, that's so quiet. when you really start to have the combat flying and the explosions and the enemies attacking you all at the same time. There's a whole lot of bloom blur going all over the place. Blur's the wrong word. There's just bloom, and in some cases that's really annoying because you literally can't see the attacks that are coming. This is where we put map stones. We can get maps. Obviously we don't really have it like that, but hey. I'm gonna grab that while we're here. Yeah, we have no map stone fragments. That's cool. We're cool. Everything's cool. Y'all. I really, really like the bloom. Uh-oh, we fell. And you'll notice, once again, we're kind of locked down here. We cannot get up. In Vermintide, we call this the... Oh, this is the progression layer. Cliffs. Why? I don't understand the question, Triaxian. I mean, I guess there is an answer to that, but I still don't understand the question. I have a tendency to not level until I have points, so I apologize if I just sit on points for a while. There were those that turned to hope. When she ravaged and killed. The light of the spiritually lives in all of us. He's the reason we're alive. He's the reason we grew. When he called out to find you many years past, we were attacked, wounded, and killed by our foe. Now these ancestral trees are all that's left behind. Come closer, feel the light of Phil. Feel? File? Ooh. Wall jump. Now playing Mega Man X. Immediately to the left there's a wall. We can jump up to gain permanent mana. No fall damage, by the way. Which is a damn good thing in this game, let me tell you what. Yeah, music immediately changes upon getting the new thing, and now the areas we've been stuck in, we can actually get out of. In fact, at this point, we have access to a decent amount of areas, depending on how explorative we feel. This is kind of the equivalent of getting the high boots in Super Metroid, and yes, quite a bit earlier than we usually get the high boots in Super Metroid. So, the reason, I guess there is actually a reason why I played so many randos of this game. It's very, very simple. Because it has co-op. And you know me in co-op. I'm a sucker for co-op. No, seriously. You can actually play multiplayer rando. It's great. Ah, yes. I'm not used to going through this area in this order. And yeah, as I mentioned earlier, combat is literally avoid the thing while hitting X. And that's combat. Yeah, it's modded in, along with all the randomizer stuff. It's pretty similar to the Zelda LTTP multiplayer rando. I get stuff for him, he gets stuff for me, and vice versa. Actually, I'm with you on that, Euro. I'm not going to ding it, I don't think it's negative worthy, but it is a little bit weird. So let's talk about the save system. You notice there's a little blue crystal right here? That's because they really want you to save before you go through this spike section, which you can do anywhere. Nope, that's a lie. So you can't save anywhere. You can save in certain set areas in the game. It's actually manually painted. That is to say, every area that is accessible to save in is some place that has been manually designated by the developers. So there are certain specific spots where you cannot. Almost always in a location where it makes sense not to. There's also certain types of terrain which will never allow you to put a save down, and that's usually the stuff like, say, if you're on top of a moving platform, that kind of a thing, right? Like I said, you can save anywhere, so that's neat. It costs you mana to save. That's less neat. Later on, your saves actually get better as you level, because you also can only level at the saves. So, you know, that's kind of the problem there. Like, here you go. Creating a soul state link restores 1 life cell, as I mentioned earlier. There's also one that heals you for 2, and I feel like it halves the cost of soul link, so it becomes much cheaper to save. The catch is, if you're paying attention, fine, I'll get magnet. Jesus Christ. If you're paying attention, the idea here is it's a good system in that it gives you a lot of malleability of where your saves are, but it's also kind of a bad system, especially since it literally costs mana to save, which is... At a certain point, it stops being an issue, but it is still a problematic problem. It's also possible, although you kind of have to work at it in order to soft lock yourself with saves. It is, however, much, much easier to soft lock yourself with your saves. To explain what I mean by that briefly, you can make a save in an area you shouldn't be in or you're having a lot of trouble with, and it's like, okay, no problem, I'll just backtrack, except you either can't or you're stuck too far in. In short, you can screw yourself over with your own saves. And if you've been paying attention, you're stuck to the one save slot. So you can't do multiple saves. So you can see why this is also a negative, despite being a positive. I mean, if that's your defense of Qualitas, then I'm afraid you have failed miserably, and I'm going to have to ask you to eat 15 donuts in a row. I know you gotta eat all 15, okay? Correct, Act. Because this isn't Iron Man, so it doesn't get that negative. That would be a separate negative. I actually saw someone recently say, why is the inability, I'm going to say this in a really dumb voice, why is the inability to save scum considered a negative? Which is one of those ignorant comments I've gotten in recent memory. I'm pretty impressed. Like, I've spent so much time and effort explaining why the forced Iron Man mode is a negative. Always. And yet, that's your rejoinder? Really? Okay, so let me check something here. Oh, just one more. We're good. We're there. We're there. Yay. Excellent Equalitas. But no, the problem here is if I have to... Here, watch this. So I'm going to save. I'm going to go to the menu. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go to this. I'm going to start the game. I'm going to go over this. Then I'm going to hit copy. I'm going to hit copy over here. I'm going to go back to this. I'm going to start the game again. That's not... That's not a plus to gameplay. You know what I mean? And that's not a removal of a negative. Because even if I agreed with that, which for the record I do not, all that does is get rid of one relatively minor problem with the save issue. Yes, Hades, along with most roguelites, tend to have Iron Man mode. But no, the other reason that's not a positive or removal of a negative is because that's like saying, you know, you can go manually back up your Dark Souls saves, which you can do. In fact, a lot of players I know do exactly that. Go and specifically try to physically copy their saves in order to save in Dark Souls or Dark Souls 2 or whatever. You know, the Dark Souls type games, the Souls-likes. And that's not... That's not... No. You don't get credit for that. I mean, to be completely honest, it's ridiculous because if they were that willing to allow that to happen, why not just let us save in multiple slots to begin with? But I'm getting off topic. Point being, that Crazy Norse is crazy. Oh yeah, so I should talk about the map. So this is the map. I'm not used to using this, if I'm being completely honest. Probably because it looks like this. It's neatly stylized, but it's actually kind of... How do I phrase this as nicely as possible? Complete garbage! No, I'm joking, I'm joking. It's more visually interesting and stylizing than it is actually useful. It will mark certain stuff on the map, and that's nice. But it's also kind of confusing. So you see that one right over there? Do you see that tree in the background? That's that tree. The reason I'm bringing that up is because There's not a lot of useful information here other than where you've been and where you have not been, and that's kind of it. But hang on, it actually gets worse than that. So I want you to look. I know I can't really, like... Hang on. Is it going to let me? No, it's not. It's not going to let me do it. Okay, so if you look just above me and a little bit to the right, do you see how up here in this area, there's a path going left that's faded into black? Now tell me, at a glance, is that a wall or is that a path? And that's the problem. So the way that they did the fog of war in this game is arguably the most vanilla way possible. There is a soft fade circle around you at all times. I give up as this. There's a soft circle around you at all times. That soft circle just gets rid of some of the black on the map. It's one of the most bare bones, basic forms of fog of war that exists. The problem with that is when you have this stylized of a map and this indistinct of barriers, it's really, really easy, especially because you've got a soft curve for stylized purposes instead of a hard curve, for you to think, oh, I haven't been up there, and it's actually a wall. There's nothing there. This happens more often than you'd think, especially if you don't actually slam your face into every wall as you're going through and exploring. So if you don't know where you're going, and you don't know what you're doing, there's several cases where it's like, In short, not super impressed with the map. You'll also notice there is no mini-map, just like in Hollow Knight. So, you know, that sucks. Where am I? I'm here. I need to go here. Listen, as much as I love slamming my face into the wall, I do my taxes every 3 months already, you know? But ultimately, while this is not the worst map I've ever seen, it reminds me a whole lot of another map from another video game. Skyrim. I'm sorry, it's not my com. Because Skyrim's map is very pretty. In fact, we might even give a positive for it for visuals when we get there. We'll debate that. But it's not very useful from a gameplay perspective. And that's kind of the point of a gameplay map, is to be, where am I? Where am I going? Where have I been? Right? This is nowhere near as bad as Skyrim, to be very, very clear about that. It's just, that's what it reminds me of. So when you unlock a map fragment, you get this stuff. Yay! So now we can see, hey, it was a path. Check it out. Woot! Okay, get me out of here. Okay, there we go. Okay. So... where am I at? I should also probably mention, and this is absolutely going to be to my detriment, that I'm used to playing this game with a mini-map. And you're probably thinking, how? Rando. So, you're going to have to be a little patient with me as I try to figure out where the hell I am at certain points in the game. Notice even here, this is kind of what I'm talking about. These are not enemies to kill, these are obstacles to avoid. And that distinction is part of the importance of the distinction between a Metroid-focused Metroidvania and a Castlevania-focused Metroidvania. In Soten, for example, these would be enemies that we could attack, and they'd be like, "Wah! Eee!" as we kill them, right? So, these are the other key doors. Energy gates. Blah, 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 blah. So as you can see, that requires 4 mana. We do not have 4 mana, so we can't do anything about that. But those are the 2 type of key doors in this game. Well, actually, there's a third, but the third's a little bit more case-specific. There's only like 3 of them. Now, it's not quite quick saving, but part of the reason the saves are absolutely a positive is, you know what, I feel like saving here, so I don't have to redo that section I just did. And as long as you've got the mana, you can do that. Hell, you can set a save every few steps if you really want to do. Yeah, the missile door concept is pretty common, even in good games. It's the absence of a positive prisoners. We actually have an entire category just for mini-maps to keep track of that sort of thing. We should probably go grab this game. That was weird. It didn't want to let go of the wall. It was like, no, I'm just here now. I suppose, in the interest of fairness, I shouldn't say that so definitively. It's possible that the absence of a minimap would be a negative. It would depend on the game. Either way, hey, it's a tree! Somber they found me, dormant and still. We told Ori the tale of her misguided will. Stop being an individual! Join the collective! Themes! Hi. The spirit tree, he must use the last of his strength to save you. Come and hear our story. It was the night of the light ceremony. It was our light that she hated. I called out to Ori, but my child never came. He's just nuking the forest with that light. It is just nuking the forest with that light. Behold, the evil one! Kuro stole sign. It was the end of our days. Still don't need the narration. You received the light, he put his hands and the spirit tree sustained the 3 elements of light, and in turn they brought balance and kept Nibble safe. The element of water hiked up the Jinzo tree and the worst dungeon in the game. The element of winds deep within the Forlorn Ruins. I love that dungeon. And Mount Horu, which is, well, we'll get there. To restore Nibble to its former self, we must rekindle their light before it is too late. The first we will find beyond the Spider Coves. Don't worry, it's not as bad as it sounds. Atop the tree where the waters once flew. Yeah, there's actually only 3 dungeons in this game. It's a pretty short game. We'll beat it tomorrow. That's right, time to kick the tires and light the fires. Yes, I know the ground's unstable. Thank you. Come here. Come here. Come here. Good boy. Good boy. Die. Die in a fire. I mean, ironically, unlike, some other games like the ones we just played, there's no optional modes to show off here. There's just the game. I'm not in a rush, though. Not really. Not any more than I usually am. Let me just break this thing. I'll just sit here breaking this thing. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so obviously we can't interact with that yet. Now we know that. Boop. We got a thing. We still can't go through those doors, but we're still hungry. Alright, so. I gotta admit, this is a weird route for me to take. Usually I end up going right very early. In fact, right down. Because there's so many items down, you know? I know this is gonna sound so stupid. So remember when we were reviewing the LTTP rando? And several people, including myself, mentioned how weird it's going to be playing LTTP without the rando. I'm already feeling weird playing this one without the rando. It's a completely different game, which I suppose is the point. Enyo, the spirit who died here, was strong and courageous. He was able to focus. Charge Flame. I love doing this particular, like getting a tree, and it's like, you got 5 experience! You know, you got 3 rupees. Sweet. Now we can detonate little stuff. Yay! If only there was some little stuff nearby we could test it on. Hey! You get the idea. I know it's all basic stuff, but I feel the need to point out and praise basic stuff in game design. If it's, you know, good. Because, you know, it's really, really common for people to get basic stuff wrong in game design. And, you know, even something that's basic that is good is still something that's good. Also notice we are fighting enemies that are easier to fight with the charge, the thing we just got access to. The downside, charge costs mana. We're going to do this for a minute. So that now means mana is serving as 2 barriers. One is to open those kind of passageways. Missiles, essentially. Don't worry, there's no spiders. I know it looks like there are. But trust me, the spiders in this game are super cute. Anyways, see? Look at them. And they're dead. But also to save. Speaking of which, boop. I was gonna say, I get where you're going for there, Mr. Red, but that sounds like that would be very easy to be annoying. Oh god, they do hazardous. It's okay, there's just spiders. Oh Jesus, oh Jesus. That's okay, we just saved. We're cool, we're cool. We just failed deathless. Woo! That's what I thought. There we go. That's true. Pressure's off. Whoa, shoot. I took my hand off my controller for a second. That's right. Time to rank up the deaths. All right. I'm actually really curious how long this game is going to be, too, because my typical rando time is about 2 hours. But, I mean, rando, right? I think you're right, as it is. We're already getting a little bit of an insight into the type of challenges we're going to have in this game. That is to say, platforming challenges. Yay, Evo. Actually, we should not have done this yet. That's okay. We're okay. Everything's fine. See, we got this. We got this. You're worried about nothing. Alright, let's get some extra mana up here. And we don't have grenades yet. Ah! Okay. Well, it's okay. You notice how that highlights when we're next to it? That's why. Die, spiders. And all creatures. Just everything dies. Oh yeah, so I haven't really made it clear yet, but all the water is poison. Poison death. This is another very common theme when it comes to you know, nature being corrupted or destroyed or whatever, is that the water itself has become poison, which I find interesting Because, I mean, that's... I don't know. I feel like that would be a normal thing anyways. There's a reason we call it potable water as opposed to, you know, normal water, which is not safe for drinking. I'm gonna pop that one here. But in fiction, it's usually like something really obviously poisonous, right? Like in Metroid Prime, for example. No, I agree, Hazardous. Well, I did make the mistake of taking a nap earlier, Evo. That's my fault. I apologize. I hope you'll forgive me, because if you don't... Yeah. I'm sorry, Evo. I offer support. Pathetic and measly though it may be. So, I want to talk about this corridor, because this corridor is hilarious in its own way. Hang on, So we go in, and there's a bunch of normal enemies, and then there's this fire glob. We haven't seen a fire glob yet. It has 10-ish times the health of everything else, and it spits fire on the ground. The music also changes when we go over here. Then, in case we decide to keep going, there's a bigger fire glob, which does the usual slime thing and turns into smaller and smaller versions of itself. It's pretty easy to die to this nonsense without even trying to. You notice we're at 1 health. Then there's another fire glob. I actually like this because it's not a hard barrier. It's not a go away. It's a you shouldn't be here yet. So we turn around. We're not gonna mess with that. We could. Lord knows I've done it plenty of times. I get the worst seeds in this game, I swear. But we're gonna go ahead and play normally. Yeah, New Vegas. I mean, I'm gonna give New Vegas a negative for that. Just saying. They do respawn, so enemies in this game aren't quite Ninja Gaiden respawns, but it is the same system. In short, if they're off camera for X period of time or X distance, then they will respawn. Oh yeah, FF2. So many people I know accidentally into the Mysidia higher level stuff in FF2, and it's such a high percentage, it's a little bit silly. Let me stretch for a second. Okay. Now let's jot down some notes. We're just going to put that there. We're going to leave that there for the time being. How long is this game? It is possible we will beat it today, Evo. Having just started it, like, about an hour ago. The density of it is why I keep having to remind myself to pause and take notes, because there's a lot to cover. I'm not going to try to beat it today. We will beat it tomorrow, almost assuredly. I already wrote that down. Yeah, speaking of which, music. I do like the music of this one, but I also like the... I've already mentioned music direction, but I might actually have to jot down a second music direction, because it's actually part of the atmosphere. The music shifts and adjusts, not just based on the zone you're in, but also based on events, as we've already seen. I would agree. Speaking as someone who wasn't super into Hollow Knight, even though I gave it a really high score. I would say that Hollow Knight had a really strong soundtrack. Oops, strange. The difference, though, and this is my opinion, is that I think Ori and the Blind Forest's music is better on a story axis, whereas I think Hollow Knight's is better on a gameplay axis. And I'm pretty sure the score will reflect exactly that. So there's that guy again. Second time we've seen him. Yeah, that's actually a good point. So the game really likes to do this foreground, middle ground, background thing. It's obviously stylistic, and as usual, we don't give style points for anything. But I do find myself curious how much that's going to be a good, bad, or in-between thing. So we're just going to scooch up here. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Nothing to see here. Music is immediately like doom and gloom. Which is funny, because we're not even in the doom and gloom area yet. I'll let you know when we're in the doom and gloom area. It'll be obvious. We can actually reach it right now. In fact, why don't we show that off? Because now, we have the ability to do this. The statue looks familiar. I've seen it before. They found the home. Sometimes called the place. Oh, and also Evo. Evo, if you're still there, which I don't blame you if you're not. Of the child who embraced our light. Old Rasil, Evo. I remember them, many years ago when the spirit tree was but a sprout. Naru, the young one, looked after us whenever she could. Ignore the spiderwebs, it's fine. So this is the Blackroot Burrows. Almost every seed I've ever done has directed me here early, and usually without wall climb. You get really used to the layout of this place when you have to do it over and over again. So we've got this giving us a little bit of light. We've got some energy beams down there. And we're going to go ahead and go for this. Oh, we missed. That's okay. We're just going to die on purpose. So, remember when I mentioned unskippable cutscenes? Well, I lied. They're kind of skippable. But some of them aren't. It's really inconsistent. It's weird. Like this, can't skip it. We're just stuck here. I'll try to remember to save afterwards. I think this game is depressing, personally? No, not at all. That being said, I hate the themes of the game. It's okay, dying's a good thing. It's alright. It's part of nature. And screw nature. I spit on it. Patooey! Death to nature. Now let's go and save. Well, it is inconsistent, though, because some of the grabs your camera cutscenes are skippable, and some of the text cutscenes are not. It's really weird. More than a little frustrating. Okay, so. Yes, I will, Pillars of Stone. What would Caroline think of this game? Ah! I should not be doing this, but whatever. We're going for it. We're going for it. You like near pitch black platforming sections over spike pits, right? Oh jeez, that's a death. Yep, I should have saved. Okay, hang on. Exactly, Crazy Norse. Now die so that I might eat. Really, Hazardous? I'm afraid that I'm going to have to kill you because you disagreed with me. And we all know that disagreeing with me is the primary rule of violation in the internet. Oh, yeah. There, so, bam. So, pitch black platforming. FM Aylward. Whoa! Let's try that again. Hang on, hang on. So the biggest problem I have is there's this little thing. It's hard to explain. So there's a whole lot of coyote time in this game, right? Oh my god, there's a thing. There's a whole lot of coyote time. And it's a good thing most of the game. The exception is on those narrow platforms right there. Because you wall hop to get to the top of them, but then because you're in the middle of wall hopping, which involves hitting the jump button, and then you wall hop at the top, you're not actually wall hopping, you're actually jumping, which means your jump has a higher arc than it does. So you actually saw this happen earlier. Like that's literally what happened to me. Was I was like, and then I overshot like that and I fell like that. There you go, perfect. That's a perfect example of it. That is a function of coyote time. Now, if you'll give me a second, I have to say thank you to FM Aylward. Thank you very, very much. Always appreciate FM Aylward. I don't think I have that level of deaths in this game, but we've already died like 20 times, so, you know. So, coyote time, give me a second. Rune, Factory, 4 and 5. Valkyria Chronicles 4, and the Dyson Sphere program. I'll be right back. No, it's not the dog, it's my niece. My adorable niece. Alright, so. This one is apparently a pink one. Let's see over here. There's little hook things. What are you gonna put on?
I think my hat might be able to sit on one of them.
Maybe. So, come on. So the idea here is you adhese it to the wall, right? And then when something hangs on it, this one's really cool.
Mhm. And then mouse.
We got a mouse too?
Yeah, mouse.
Nice.
Another mouse.
Like I was just telling her, I got a bit of a variety pack so she could pick and choose a little. They're really packaged.
Where's the double-sided tape for that one?
I don't
Oh
know.
wait, it's right here.
Never mind it. I found it.
This double-sided tape was bent.
They bent our double-sided tape.
How dare they?
That's it. I'm leaving them 15 negative reviews and I'm demanding an instant refund.
What?
Yep,
It's like instant noodles, but comes with a refund.
exactly. What's that one?
Meow.
Aw.
Meow.
And then one more. One more.
One more.
Doo-doo.
Dun, 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 dun. I dropped it. Your double-sided tape.
So here, you want to see an interesting phenomenon, everyone in chat? How was school today?
It was good.
Yeah, if I ask her, what did you do at school today? She'll say, okay, last one. Aw,
It's a little chick.
the birdie.
It's a birdie. It has its own little special
Whoop.
adhesive.
Okay, so where were we? Oh yeah, I was talking about Coyote Time. Coyote Time is a deliberately built-in bit of... Oh, I see people in chat were already discussing it. Well, for those of you who are not reading chat, Coyote Time is when a game deliberately builds in a margin of error for platforming to make it feel better. Properly done Coyote Time is actually critical to just about any platformer, whether it be 2D or 3D. Tassers can show you this in great precision, but if you've ever done a jump and thought, oh my god, I was actually off the thing when I made the jump, there's actually a decent chance you were in fact off of the platform when you made that jump. It's because there's that little extra bit of acceptability. Now, 9 times out of 10, Coyote Time is a good thing, but it's worth noting that that needs to be designed like everything else does. That's the problem we run into here. So the specific issue that's happening is when I'm... Oh, you son of a submariner. When I'm hopping up the ledge here, right there, did you see what just happened? You notice how... it was probably too quick for you to be paying attention, but... Right there, did you see how her animation changed right at the end there? Right there. Do you see that? That's Coyote Time kind of coming into effect, because at that moment, I'm no longer on the wall. In Code Time, I'm on the top. Make sense? Because it's doing the little hop over animation. So I'm do the jump, and it's my entire physics are changed because I'm no longer wall hopping at that point in time, even though I'm very clearly still on the side and still making it. Make sense? So that's what that is. It is called Coyote Time because of Bugs Bunny, but also...
Get out of here, cat.
Oh, no cats
You're not
allowed.
allowed in here.
Be gone, cat. It's not safe here.
Shall look past Kitty.
Yes. So that's Coyote Time. I think that's fancy there. So now we introduce a cool mechanic. So one of the other ways that this game is, it's not safe in here. You vote for the cat. Like, it's literally not safe. There's wires and cables and things that can be chewed on. Not safe. Yeah, actual cat. As opposed to cat, who is gone. No, there she is. There she is. Sure can reach her. Yeah, come here, cat. Behold. I noticed that, I noticed that. But anyway, so yeah, Coyote Time is only one of several aspects of making sure that platforming feels right, as opposed to being technically correct. I've talked about this before. In fact, this came up during the Soten run, where we discussed another aspect of this. There's a lot of little nitty-gritty details that go into making a game feel right, even though it actually isn't. We'll be talking about that extensively when it comes to Mario Odyssey, which is, in my opinion, the absolute king of all of those little mechanics and systems, all interlocking to make the game feel extraordinarily fluid. Metroid Dread, another game we've covered, also has most of those mechanics and systems in place to make the game feel just extraordinarily fluid to play. So, having now talked about all of that, yeah, racing does that too, you're absolutely right, especially arcade races, but even simulator racers tend to have that kind of thing. So, one of the things I keep talking about, let me get a timestamp. One of the things I keep talking about is the difference between a Metroidvania, and a Castlevania Metroidvania. Look, I don't make the rules. What do you want from me? The biggest distinction by far is the focus. Now, this game doesn't have focus on combat because combat involves mashing the X button. But its primary focus is in platforming, and obviously that could just be jumping around, but what I mean by that is it does unique stuff. Unique stuff is what I personally tend to value the most when it comes to platformers. It's one of the reasons I am so excited about Super Mario Bros. Wonder coming out later this year, is because even from the brief preview they showed us, you can tell some of the bonkers stuff that they have come up with regards to what they can do with the level design. Don't mistake me, there's nothing wrong with platform enemy, platform pit, but being able to do cool stuff, and I don't have a better way to call that, mutators, or unique gimmicks, or interesting interactions with the terrain, that's the kind of stuff that's my bag. So, to wit, I could use tons and tons of examples of this, but rather than do all that, why don't I just show you? So there's a wall here that I can't get through, unless I'm carrying this thing. You notice that circle that's being generated around us? So not only is it generating light, but that specific bit of light is making some things visible and some things invisible. And it is dynamic. Malleable, that is to say. So we can have part of a platform visible and part of a platform invisible, and that changes how they interact with us. So we have very tight angles here, and it's very easy for me to die in this section. I do so often. It is a surprisingly easy section to die on. I'll grab that while we're here. Agreed, Pillars of Snow. Speaking of it, that's another game that tends to itself very, very heavily towards uniqueness in level design, is the Donkey Kong Country Returns and Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze games. So we're going to go ahead and use that there. That actually activated a switch. And now, pretty much automatically, we know what those switches are. We're actually going to drop this, we're going to get a save, we're going to go and pick the thing up again, and now we're going to have some platforming. We're going to do this, we're going to fail immediately, as per tradition. Always got to fail. So then we're going to pick this up again. This. I'm going to wait a second. We're getting switches as we go. We have to pretty much interact with them because we want the light ball we're carrying to physically interact with them like that. Then we're going to go up here, and then we need to make sure not to die to the energy beams of death. My second favorite type of death. Energy beam death. Wait a second. Now we can go up here. Notice they give us an energy refill so we can save here, which would be a very good idea. We have, of course, done exactly that. Pick this thing up, and now we've got the ball up here. If you're paying attention, all we're doing is retracing our steps, but with the ball being carried, because we cannot wall jump with the ball, and spoilers, you can't double jump or anything else with the ball either. Not that we have access to those abilities. So I'm actually going the wrong way, so we're going to try that again. There we go, that's the one I want. Yeah, gotta seed the luck. Very important. You always die first, it seeds the luck. We're good. We're good. I unironically enjoy this section, partially because I enjoy the gimmick, but also because I don't have a good way to answer why. And I really enjoy, hi Valerian, the attention to detail, for lack of a better way to put it. The game does a really good job, actually, of giving you just enough of what you're looking at to give you an idea of where you're going and what you're doing. But at the same time, I mean, we're effectively in pitch blackness here. But in my opinion, with only one exception, which we're already past at this point, it doesn't try to kick you in the balls while you're stuck in the pitch blackness. Yeah, nice music choice for this area, too. Atmospheric music throughout, like I said. Very, very good stuff. So now we got to do the hard part. I'm going to drop this, and we're going to get a save because we need it. So if you've been paying attention, there's a lot of typical escalation stuff. That's another thing that Metroidvanias tend to have over Castlevania Metroidvanias, is they tend to practice the classic game-style approach of escalation. Like that right there. Because what we want to do, we want to drop that. And we want to fall. And we want to die. We want to go over here. And we're just going to run down here. We're just going to die. We're just going to die. It's much faster, I swear. Ugh. Oh, come on. Have a good day at work, Agenix. And thank you, as always, for the support. I'll put that down for things if you give me a minute. I can alt-tab in order to do this. Yep, I had too much luck seated. It took too long to die. I have too much luck. Persona 4 Golden, Resident Evil Block, and Grim Fandango. You got it. How hard would I say this game is? That's really hard for me to judge. Harder than Bloodstained, but not as hard as Curse of the Moon, is probably how I would gauge that. Keeping in mind, I've played the crap out of both Curse of the Moon and this game, so it's really hard for me to gauge the difficulty of a game I know this well, right? It's like saying, how hard is Mega Man 5? Oh, it's super easy. No, it isn't. So there's this issue. Hey, we made it though. We're good. Compared to Hollow Knight? Well, that's interesting. I would probably say this game is as hard as Hollow Knight, if called to task on the matter. Just in a completely different way. Hollow Knight was combat, this game is platforming. So... now we can see. It has lifted the darkness that laid claim on this place. Yay, I have eyes, thank you. Eki was looking for Naro, but she was gone when he came. He was swift like the wind and sprinted with haste, but surrounded by darkness, he lost his way. Notice the music change there. So there's the dash. We haven't quite broken the brakes off of the game yet, but we're getting there. Favorite healer in WoW? I assume you mean now, not, historically speaking. Unfortunately, I can't answer that, I just realized, so if you want me to answer historically speaking, I'll do that instead. How's that sound? Listen, I'm very stupid, okay? You gotta understand, like, the stupid levels through the roof. Ooh. I haven't actually healed in Dragonflight. Not really. I mean, I did some Discipline Priest healing, but I didn't actually have... So, I wanted to show that off. Do you see how it cheated there? Here, check this out. You can't go over the ball because its hurt box is actually bigger than the ball itself. You are supposed to get ahead of it. Which is a little bit frustrating, if I might be so bold, because I could totally make that. It's probably Druid, though. We should return here later. There's much left unknown down below. You may find the key to the place they called home. Translation. Come back later. I admit it kind of irritates me on a very personal level how much the game is hand-holding me. It's like, hey, you don't have all the stuff to do this. And if you're paying attention, Soten got across that exact same concept without a single word of dialogue. But at the same time, it doesn't bother me that much. And it's not that obtrusive, especially since it's so easy and quick to skip, so we're going to give it a pass for the moment. We'll see if Navi up there gets an actual negative at some point or another. Okay, so we're effectively, like the person says, we should move on. So let's go ahead and head back up here. So we need ground pound before we can really do anything down here. I will also say that it's a really minor thing, but the little script they have running to do transitions in between Dawn and Deathloop are really well done, all things considered. Between songs. Yes, welcome to Nerdle's place. Population? Love. While Ori brought light and hope to the forest, others gave in, embraced the darkness and fear. A Gumon who must follow his steps and get back what he stole. And if you're paying attention, that's the orb that was dropped down here by the owl. I can't think of any of the names. I should write down Don's donation before I forget. Vashtor. Yes, I know what Vashtor is intimately, one might even say. I have been to Vashtor many, many times. I had their food. It was excellent, honestly. Some of the best food I've ever had. Hey, Walker. The way that they served the Peking was just, wonderful. So, whereas Soten completely thrived on enemy variety and enemy design, this game might not even get a single positive for enemy design or enemy variety. I haven't decided yet. So anyways, what the hell is Vashtor? Get back there. Screw that up. Let's try it again. I know I can make this jump, because I've made this jump before. Come on. You can see me clipping the edge there a few times. Problem is I need height, in addition to not going too far left. Ah, whatever. I'll give up on it. I'll come back for it. Listen, having to perform in front of so many people. All three of you. So, this is stupid, but I'm still gonna do it. Okay, this is irritating. Oh my god. Ah! Okay, wow. I don't have any mana right now. Jesus. Okay, so. Ah, there's more! Why are there more? We'll do that in a second. There you go. You don't actually need the ground pound to get down here. Although doing this without the slide is a little bit more frustrating. The wall slide. Oop. Good jump, Jesus. Come on. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. Probably one of my favorite songs. I don't think I've been this way through this area in literal years. Usually I come through this in reverse. Ah! Ori, I believe they... You know what? I'm not sure, because they use he and she pronouns. But not necessarily for Ori, because they like to play the pronoun game a lot in this game. We do know there's one specific she, but we haven't really done much with her yet. Die, spider. You don't belong in this world. Literally, actually, by the rules of the setting. There's a good level. What was I going for? Combat is going to be useful at a certain point. It's just everything else is just so much more useful. Yeah, let's go for leveling. Let's go for tech. So we need six levels before we can really level again. I mean, if you think about it, it would just be unfair, Evo. Spiders would have an advantage in a blind forest. So this is a room we could do right now. But that's probably what's going to happen, so we're not even going to bother. I'm so not used to going through this place in this order. I'm actually having to, like, play this area in reverse. Like, wait, where am I supposed to go? The map is, well, it's that. At least there's some markers now, so that's something. Can actually open an energy door for once. Because it's an NES game. Actually, the specific reason everything's trying to kill us is a narrative beat, believe it or not. The idea is that the forest has become so deprived of resources that everything is effectively turned into a predator on everything else. Insert theme about nature and blah, 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 blah. We would save, but we have no mana. Let's go make some mana happen so we can get a save in before we start doing some silly stuff. Yes, what do you think of the visual style, Evo? This is when you say, I'm not up for answering that question. And I say, okay, then I leave you alone and never bother you ever, ever, ever again. The end. So same, because this is probably the game I most wanted to know your thoughts on the visual style thereof. But I understand. We all have bad days. I have bad days every day. These wounds, they crawl in my skin. So, weirdest boss fight in the game. You can't even call this a boss fight. There are other ways to speed this up, which we don't have access to right now, if you're wondering. I feel like that's a good thing, except, I mean, I get why it would also be a bad thing. It's like, yeah, oh, I can't. Okay, well, that sucks. Another area where Coyote Time can kill you. Oh, you wanted to go on top of the Crusher right as it was about to crush you? You got it. No, it's okay, Evo. I apologize for even putting the stressor upon you. I leave you be. Oh, well, too slow. Let's grab it now. Notice the game is requiring more of us already. Stuff that would have been optional for bonus things is now required for mandatory progression. Yeah. What are you gonna do, like a... Oh, you know what you could do, Yura, is just bind a button to target next party member, I think it is. So you have to cycle through party members, but I think it would work. More poison down here, of course. So if you're paying attention, it's subtle, but we actually can't get out of here unless we're not supposed to be able to. Now you can. It is possible to make this jump. But it's a lot trickier than it looks. It's essentially a frame-perfect trick. But that's because she was swift, agile, used to cut through the air. Double jump. So we have just unlocked an inordinate quantity of the game. There's still an order the game wants us to go through, especially with Mr. Foreground, foreground guy there, just kind of watching our progress with great interest because he's Palpatine. I'm pretty sure that they are 3D objects, yes, you're right. I don't know that for certain, though. Of course, Paradigm Android. Wait. You're asking if I've seen the trailer? No, I haven't had time to watch it. Am I aware that it exists? Yes. Hang on, hang on. Let me help you out here, Asmus. And that's a joke nobody's gonna get except for like one person. Energy up. Very, very helpful. Energy up. Seriously, energy ups are so useful. I know it sounds like a pathetic thing. This is one of the reasons why the save system is both a good and a bad thing, because the further you get into the game, the more mana you have, which deliberately and directly leads to you having access to more saves. Being able to save more freely and at will is extremely helpful. So it's not like a typical game where your primary focus in getting mana is to be able to cast more spells or do more damage. It's kind of more... It's more Metroid-y. I don't know what else to call it. It's more, here, don't worry, we got you. Because you can save more frequently, among other things. You can make it. You can make it, Giga Pudding. We believe in you. Listen, it'll totally help, Asmus. So this is a fun room to do. But before we do that, let's go up here, unlock this, grab that. Yeah, I've been deliberately not installing Baldur's Gate 3 because I don't want to screw with my install or my save. Plus, that's going to be a lot of inventory space. And by inventory space, I of course mean hard drive space. Now, I knew that was going to happen, but, like, I love how that's pretty much lined up for you to kill yourself there. What we want to do is a little bit different. I also don't have enough mana to go through this layer. I can make that jump. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is a little large, if you haven't seen. Not the biggest game I've installed lately. Can anybody guess what the physically largest game, or, you know what I mean, hard drive space largest game I've installed lately is? I even complained about it on stream. And while you debate that, I'm going to jot down more notes. Because we've gone through a lot of sections. Modern Warfare Remake. Good guess, but no. Red Dead Redemption 2. Another excellent guess, but still no. No, this one was bonkers. I couldn't wait to get this game off my hard drive because it was actually getting in the way of my ability to do my job. And I uninstalled it just a couple weeks ago. For perspective. Okay, I need a map. I need a map. Map. Yeah, Evo should know what game it was, and if she doesn't, shake fist menacingly. XCOM 2? How big is XCOM 2? I did actually uninstall ESO recently because I needed the space, but I uninstalled ESO because of the other game that I'm talking about. I don't have space, Giga Pudding. I mean, vanilla still sucks, but we haven't gotten past vanilla yet, Giga. Here we go. This is not helpful. Let's see. 70 gigs. Wow. That's sad. I remember when FF13 came out on PC and it was 50 gigs. And a lot of people, including myself, were really blown away by how large it was. It's like, oh my God, that's so huge. It's just kind of funny to think about in hindsight. Refusal to properly condense texture files, Mr. Red. No, I think I have D3 installed right now. I mean, I'm with you on that part, Android. I remember when I actually got a brand new hard drive, which could carry 256 megabytes. Bought it special just so I could get some games on it. That was my old 386. Yeah, no kidding. FML word. No, nobody guessed it, so I'll go ahead and tell you. It was Far Cry 6. Can anybody guess how much space Far Cry 6 takes? I mean, I've already kind of given away that it's absolutely gargantuan. Like, if you look up the requirements, it says 50 gigs. That's a goddamn lie. It was 160, I want to say. Something like that. It was bonkers. I think it's actually the largest game I've ever installed on my PC. It's just what? Excuse me, 170. My bad. It might have been 160 something. Yeah, no, it's insane, Era. And it's not even that good looking of a game, to be very blunt. I mean, it looks like every other, you know, realistically, we were talking about earlier, it looks generic, right? Generally speaking, when games are large, it's always the fault of the textures. But I cannot imagine those textures being that large. But then again, there is such a thing as proper processing and proper condensing of texture files, so I don't know. Um, let's see. I mean, maybe you're. I don't know. It's just all the games. There's just all the games in there. That's true. It might have been just the 4K textures. That might just have been it. Yeah, Far Cry 6 was okay while playing co-op. Like I enjoyed playing it co-op quite a bit, but like we were talking earlier about how making a game co-op makes just about any game better. Obviously, that makes good games great or great games excellent, but it also makes a bad game good, and that's Far Cry 6. If and when we ever review that, I don't think it's going to score particularly well. Okay, and then oh gosh, like I appreciate playing a game in 4K as much as the next person, really, but like I love playing WoW in 4K, and I know that sounds really silly, but I absolutely mean that with total sincerity. World of Warcraft is a great game to play in 4K. But I hear you say, "Where's my beetle stuff?" And that's a very good question. Yeah, WoW is actually pretty tightly optimized. So, like, I have actually played, I've told this before, I've played 3 games that are very visually impressive at 4K. I just told you one of them, World of Warcraft. Can you guess the other 2? I've actually said them before on camera. Am I where I think I am? Yes, I am. Okay. I've actually never played Witcher 3 on 4K. That predated me getting this monitor. Stardew Valley is one of them. One thing I do like, by the way, it actually tracks your item completion here. It's not as good as Bloodstained, the game we just played, but it's still something. Now, the other game, and honestly, this is kind of a gimme. I'm a little surprised nobody guessed this. Is Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal plays like butter on 4K, and it looks absolutely gorgeous. I can't actually describe it to you, because the only way for you to understand it would be for you to literally be looking at it, like physically here with me. So again, notice how the jumping puzzles are getting a little bit more complex. We're still kind of basic. I know that sounds elitist, but we're not into the levels of depth that we will get. I love how I said that it's basic, and then I knew that would happen. I knew that would happen. But no, for real, this is mid-level challenge. We're not actually at the hard stuff yet. We'll get there. Like I said, and I have actually already given the game a negative for this, probably one of my biggest complaints about this game overall is the fact that the control of the character isn't great. It's hard to really describe if you've never done it, but it feels like you're kind of fighting the controls constantly. Yeah, it's fidgety, that's a good word. I'm pretty used to it, but that's experience. So, that's not really excuse, you know? That's a good way to put that. Yeah, you're driving on a dirt road. That was my knee. Go to unlock the shortcut. Over here. So, one thing I would like everybody to be paying attention for, if you don't mind, is relative quality of brickwork. The areas that you think are really, really well done as opposed to the areas that are merely well done. And had to do that twirl, didn't you? Yeah, this one's good. Obviously, it's getting a brickwork positive. But I'm trying to think of the places that'll get 2. Or even 3. This cutscene's really funny to watch from the left side. We got the thing. Yeah, I know where I'm going, thank you. Sorry, I shouldn't say that so dismissively. Thank you for telling me where I'm going. That's one of my biggest complaints about Bloodstained was, where the hell am I going next? We don't actually have that problem in this game at all. We were talking about how good Metroidvanias don't have that problem. This is one of those. I don't think there's a single point in this game where I was ever like, Also, clearly we die each time we teleport. I'm joking, it's just a Star Trek joke. So, we've been pretty positive about this game so far. Who's ready for negatives? In all sincerity, this is my least favorite dungeon in the entire game. The waters of Nibble once flowed through this very tree. Now it's all rotten and dried up inside. We must restore the flow. And to do that, we need to get the Jinso's tree's heart. So, first thing we start off, first screen is these freaking vertical platforms, which, as I've already talked about, thanks to how the game does county time, are a little bit problematic. Now, on the plus side, we introduce a new mechanic. And you know me, I like terrain mechanics, so our new mechanic is the warp holes. And yeah, I do like it lights up. That's actually a really nice quality of life feature. It tells you exactly which one you're about to go into. Do you see in the upper left there? It's more useful later when you've got like 5 or 6 on the screen at the same time. Let me tell you, doing this place without double jump kinda sucks. Possible. Well, that sucked. I'm gonna accept that death. Listen, I don't know what you're thinking. You just need to get good, okay, prisoners? One thing that has been mentioned as a negative, which I don't fully agree with, is the idea that the game is so not chill to play, and that the music is almost universally chill. I don't think that's really a negative for me. I just thought I'd mention it. Oh, whatever, we got the item. Come on. Oh, you notice how on, like, light stuff, like that really light green in the background, it gets a little bit easier to lose where Ori is at. Which sucks when you're trying to do precision platforming. That's actually why I fell earlier. There's that coyote time again. Damn it. Well, I cannot hazardous. I also can't see him when we go through the teleporter for a second. There's the white glare that happens there. Start mixing and matching things a little bit here. Well, it's still getting a negative, Crazy Horse. Any questions? I mean, I've literally already given it a date. I don't know why I'm mentioning it like that. Listen, what you suck on, Giga, is entirely your business and none of mine. Notice that each teleport actually refreshes our double jump, by the way. A little too slow there. I know I can make this jump. Fine. Fine. We'll do it the deliberate way, I guess. Ugh. God damn. Oh, okay. Why, Crazy Norse? Yeah, no, I have a weird feeling my viewership numbers are about to just absolutely plummet. I've just sort of accepted that. That's just life. It's fine. It's fine. Portal joke. Like I said, it's a good thing that it refreshes your double jump each time through the loop. It's okay, I'm not hyped for it either. You know, if that makes you feel any better. Dreading, but you know. Notice the level design is actually actively getting mean at this point. So we're about to get probably one of the more unique abilities in this game. Mostly because of how they use it. Ah! Save here. But yes, we'll be playing Baldur's Gate 3 when we'll be playing Baldur's Gate 3, which if you're paying attention to the website, you already know the answer to that. Surf! But, sorry, you were the first person to ask about it. Was I ever able to experience Hoyt retroactively after playing the game? Yeah. Like, there's plenty of games that I'm looking forward to playing that I've played many times, including the one I'm playing right now. Yes? What's up?
Okay,
Ooh.
I'm working on something right now.
I really like it. I really like it.
It's not this one.
It's
I
mine.
finished this.
It's mine. Give me.
But I'm working on something right now, and I'm not done yet, but I've done part of it. Can I show you it? I can't promise it won't give you nightmares.
I don't know. If you show me the pumpkin cat, I'll allow it. How's that sound?
See the pumpkin.
Pumpkin cat is so cute. Oh my god, she is getting so good. Here, check this out, everyone.
I actually did that a while ago.
Here, hang on. We're gonna go up here for just a sec so you can see this. Look at this.
I did that a while ago.
Taking the
like
details
last
for
year.
a second. Like she's added a good deal of texturing and inferences of grading, shading. Excuse me. God, I can't talk. And it's like, it's got a little crown. This is really good.
It's not crown, it's leaves.
It's a crown of leaves.
Here
Right,
it is.
so. Oh my god, it's nightmare-inducing.
I told you.
It's staring into my very soul. It wants to be. Wait, you want me to kill my niece?
No.
Never. I'd rather kill myself.
Revive.
Oh, thank you. Ooh, okay. Yeah, so here's the horrifying thing. I'm gonna be very honest with you. I think I like the cat better.
Yeah. Although this one has like better shading and stuff. Probably because I did it with colored pencil.
Oh yeah. So what you need to do now? Oh, you should do an Eevee.
Like a realistic Eevee?
No, just like a cute Eevee, like a super cute. Oh, like what are the what's the cats you like? The big squishy cats that go. There's a term for them. Help me out. What's the really cute cats? It's a brand.
The Pusheen?
Is that the
The gray cat?
Yeah, that. Do an Eevee like that.
I can't draw in that style.
So just do an adorable Eevee then.
I want to work on this now.
Do it. Okay.
I'm just gonna add veins to its eyes.
No, don't
I'm
add
inducing
veins.
the nightmare.
Why are you adding veins to their eyes? Why?
Because
What did they do?
I'm accepting the nightmare.
Okay. We've accepted the nightmare.
So yeah.
We're now streaming from a restaurant booth, apparently. Back down here. Oh wow, people actually used my thing last night. That's always nice. Except the night. Oh, here, have some music. Sorry, give me 1 second. Or don't. That's also okay. Hello, kitten fan. There we go. Okay. In terms of trailers, so you actually really do mean hype, Hasbus, not Hoyp. So, getting hyped about something after having already played it because of the fact that external stuff got me interested in it. No, I don't think that's ever happened to me. I can think of some cases where that happens in movies a little bit. Although even that's probably still not what you're talking about. So either way, I'm going to go with a big firm no on that one. So, the Genzo tree, we talked about that. Terrain is right there. Traversal's right there. That has been something that I've thought several times, Lord Hermon, because there are several games I love that I've probably played for the last time already. But yes, so we were talking about unique abilities. Well, Reem was agile. He dashed through the air. Listen to his voice and the wisdom he shared. Bash. This is the ability that was actually bugged the very first time we ever streamed this game, so I literally couldn't complete the game. If you don't remember, it was stuck on octadirectional. So we could only do 8 directions with Bash. And that was essentially unwinnable in several circumstances. Getting out of this tree with octadirectional Bash sucked. It's okay, it's fixed now, as you can see. Look. See the gradient there much more obviously. Pretty long ago, Evo, because this is actually our 3rd time streaming this total. And probably the last. But yes, so first and foremost, obviously they give us that idea. But then they give us this thing so we can see. We can use enemies, and we can also use projectiles. We can also use projectiles against them, not just as a way to navigate. Bash is probably one of the most inventive abilities in this game. Not the least of which being all the cool stuff you can do with it. It's also extraordinarily easy to screw up. Which is part of its charm, I think. Just get some experience here, don't mind me. Let's pop a save while we're up here. So we don't lose progress. God dang it, I keep hitting the wrong button. I keep hitting, you know, the reversed buttons because my controls are reversed, which is just... whatever. Just living with it. We're just living with it. It's okay, like I said, we're not at the actually hard stuff yet. That I'm a little more worried about when we get there. Come on. So, sorry, I was trying to show something off there and I failed at it, so don't mind me. There is a bit of a timer. You can only hold onto it in the air for so long. But it does give you about, I want to say, 2 seconds. Which allows you a little bit of time for planning what you want to do. Aw. Yeah, Bash is also probably the most bugged ability in the game in general, because it can be a little weird. Don't worry, there's something even cooler about Bash, which we'll talk about later. Because we literally can't show it off yet. But we will. Die, monster. God damn it. Okay, hang on. It actually is called Bash with a B. Just to... yeah. God damn it! Yeah, dash is the new ability they added in the Definitive Edition, which isn't actually required for anything other than some of the new stuff. I have to use my analog for that one. So that's bashing, if it's not obvious. So certain projectiles, by which I mean basically all of them, can be bashed off of. This is dash, by the way. This is bash. You can bash off of it, and then you get an arrow. Where the arrow is pointing is where you go, and where the arrow is not pointing is where the projectile goes. So you can use this to attack, and you can use this to maneuver. This can also be done for certain types of terrain, which I'm going to demonstrate in mere seconds. Bash is so awesome, it honestly probably deserves a positive by itself, though. See? Probably save it up here. Whatever. So this is me bashing off of terrain. It is also another bug we had on our first time playing this. So you see how these kind of physics? Well, they physicsed so hard that, hang on a second. They physicsed so hard that they screwed up completely. Like, as in, the level became incompletable. Yeah, we're dead. Like I said, bash bugs. Again, that was a while ago. I haven't encountered those bugs since then, so I'm guessing all that stuff has been patched out at this point. There we go. Yeah, exactly. When you over physics, you create a black hole. That's kind of what happened. I'll even show off one of the rooms it happened in. Not this one, because this is its own thing. Gotta be a little careful here, but that's okay. We got this. We got this. See? No worries. And then we die to the spikes because I'm stupid. Let me in, let me in! Let me get my friggin' save. Ugh. Well, we weren't playing Ori Definitive Edition the first time. It was pretty much right after the game came out. Then we played the Switch version, which was crash heavy. That irritated the crap out of me. It's like, really? Game? Really? The heart of the Jinso tree once kept the elements of water safe, but now it's corrupted, foul, and decayed. So we're about to fight the first boss of the game. And as is typical for a Metroidvania, that boss is not a boss at all. It's a escape sequence. So, we're not there yet. We've got to do a couple of mini puzzles first. This game does have several bosses. 4, I want to say. I have not played the second one at all, no. I was saving it for stream, so we'll be playing that probably tomorrow, actually, at this point. So have you guessed what we have to do yet? really just hit the wrong button there. Not for the first time. God damn it. Yes.
Just got to do the skin on it, and then I'll be finished. But
Give me 1 second, because it's actually kind of hard to do. Give me a second. This. Then we gotta go here. We go over here. Oh god, we gotta fail at the jump. And we're dead. We did. We failed. Okay, we failed miserably. What am I doing? No, god, it's so horrifying. I like the little glistens on the lips and the eyes.
Mm-hmm.
She should have longer hair, though. More hair.
It's not enough for now.
More hair. I demand more hair.
I saw the stream.
Sure, give me 1 second. I wasn't ready for that.
What's the pink thing?
The pink thing is a projectile, which can hurt and kill me, but I need to get it to a location very quickly. God damn it, enemies! Like I said, they don't have full Ninja Gaiden enemies, but they definitely have enemies. These enemies suck. And now they killed me, so now we're dead. We go up here, make sure they're dead. Okay, they're dead. You don't like platformer? You know Metroidvania Zero? I mean, no judgment. Alright, so. I got it. Wait, do I got it? I do not got it. Now I got it. Behold the nightmare! And the pumpkin kitty, but also the nightmare. Mostly the pumpkin kitty, though. It's so cute! I'm stealing this. This is mine now.
Are you sure you want to steal the nightmare?
No. But what I do want to do is take a picture of this.
Okay. If you could take a picture of the nightmare, I'm not done with it yet.
Well, yeah, obviously.
I need to add skin.
You need to add skin? So, what does she have right now?
Well, I guess that is skin, but I need to add
She's a
wrinkles
skeleton!
and color.
She's a skeleton!
I need to add wrinkles and color.
Okay.
And shadows and stuff. So.
God damn it! That is the 4th time in this room alone I've hit the wrong button because I'm acting on muscle memory. It's not even that hard to do, it's just easy to screw up like that. I've now screwed up, and that is... Holy crap. Okay, we made it. We did it! Oh, that sucks, Mr. Red. 1 down. Yep, so... I'll take a flex on that, actually. That's... Holy crap. Thank you, Nordame. Very, very much for the sub. As always. And if you know what 3 things you want to put that towards, please let me know. What's the best and worst Metroidvania I've ever played? So I don't like to gauge games that I haven't reviewed. So I'll only stick with the games I've reviewed, which is actually a pretty small list. So of that, the worst I've reviewed is probably Bloodstained. Ritual of the Night, to be very specific. Still a good game. Just, average. By contrast, the best game I've ever reviewed is Dread. It's Dread. There's no question here. There's no nothing. It's Dread. I don't think Other M really qualifies. My God, Mr. Red. As in Metroidvania. Other M is... I mean, jokes and moderation aside, Other M is barely a Metroid game. Murder some people. Murder, murder, murder. Murder, 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 murder. Murder, murder, murder. No, dog. People don't exist. quite. I can totally make that. Actually, our dog is pretty well behaved as far as barking at people for the most part. This dog is. Unlike the previous dog, which, well, there's a reason that became a meme. Oh, where did the previous dog go? He died. Old age. He was pretty old. You know, honestly, I have no idea, Evo. Oh, there we go. Okay. So far, honestly, I like this dungeon. I do. I'm even willing to give it pluses. They've got some cool, unique, gimmicky stuff, and that's awesome. How many attempts do you think this is going to take me? One. That is a lot harder to do than it looks. Never managed that in 2 tries. And I've done randos of this game. So anyways, that wasn't a hill, that's the frickin' owl. Run time! was the light she hated, the light of our kind. But Ori's kindness would once again save my child. So the water's purified now. And remember the Gumo that we actually, I think Gumo's actually the name, that we helped earlier? This is a good time as I need to talk about pacing, of which they have quite a few good elements. But pause for just a second. I think Gumo's the species as well, but like they've got the Gumo. Anyway, hang on. Nordame wants to put that towards Guild Wars 1 and 2. Give me one moment. Let me go ahead and jot that down. Yes. And then that's going to go...
Done.
Is it truly nightmarish?
Yes.
Excellent.
Why are you eating?
Because it's skin. I'm hungry. What? I'm so hungry. So hungry, brains.
Your own brain.
Brain.
Revive.
Thank you. Yeah, you can still play Guild Wars 1. Why does she look like she's so tired? Is it because she's just woken up from a nightmare?
She's wrinkly.
Why are you wrinkly?
Those are her wrinkles.
Here. Pumpkin kitty. No, here.
Wait.
What?
I need it for one last thing.
Okay. Go finish your one last thing. So first of all, hi Ryux the Rogue. This is my adorable niece. Well, it was my adorable niece. The best way to support me by a wide margin is actually just direct donations, but I know that's kind of a hassle. So generally, the second best way to support me is just on Patreon, which only takes 15% off the top, which is the second least amount by far of the various methods to support me. But if that's too much of a thing too, you don't have to. You can just be like, hi, because that's cool too. There's nothing wrong with being cool. So, yeah, so someone mentioned this in chat. I think it was, I didn't catch who it was. Somebody said this in chat. That is the hardest part of the entire game, and I'm not actually joking about that. Later on, when you get to some of the other escape sequences or some of the other bosses, then you tend to have more options available to you in your kit in order to be able to bypass them. For the section we just saw, you have nothing other than bash and wall jump and double jump, and that is it. Those are the only things you have. And if you were paying attention, and I'm sure you were, if you fail a jump once, generally speaking, you have one additional retry to make that jump. If you fail to make that jump the second time, then you're dead. And you probably didn't catch this, but you have to redo the entire sequence, all the way from the very beginning. Anytime you die, there are no mid-mission checkpoints on that entire escape sequence, and it is kind of long. Now, to share the horrible nightmare, here's my niece's horrible nightmare, now all wrinkly and terrible. Why is she so wrinkly?
Because...
Nope.
No cat. Bad cat.
Yeah,
Out cat.
no cats.
Out cats.
Out spot.
Outcasts, but out cat.
I'm ready, Hazardous. Oh, geez. That sounds like a fun bug. Yeah, no, so like from a visual storytelling perspective, that sequence is awesome. It should be one of the better moments of the game. Like the uplifting music, the water returning, the perfect pacing of, the big, you've just beaten the first dungeon and you had this big triumphant moment and then the freaking owl is right there and then kills us, and then we go to this peaceful section, and now what's the first thing we see is that the waters have been cleansed because of our actions. That's awesome. Gameplay-wise, screw that section so hard. So yeah, let's... I don't know, Czar, because I'm not good with names. If those are the three 3DS ones that are one game, then we're all doing it all as one game, I'm pretty sure. I think. If not, then I don't know, because I don't remember off the top of my head. Let's put this under moment, because it's a great moment. So hang on. Sorry, Solo Cat Plasma. I'm actually playing a little bit of catch up here. Of course you have. So you say you want to experience the game for yourself, but you want me to bow out for this one. Would I give this a recommendation overall? Yeah. Ori and the Blind Forest has problems. Its controls are floaty and fidgety. Its combat is boring, and some of its sequences are bullcrap. But it's still a great game. I'm pretty sure this one's going to score better than Bloodstained, which I guess doesn't take that much. But, you know, whatever. That's true, Hazardous. I cannot give a negative for a game because I'm actually good at it. Let's see. Yeah, that section, God, it pissed me off so hard the first time I ever did it. Just, ugh. Correct. The music not restarting is great because if the music restarted, that'd be even worse. Did I just lose connection to Twitch? Nope, I'm here. Okay, weird. Yeah, no kidding, Lord Harriman. You can't look up mine, unfortunately, because like I said, that was before we were archiving mods. It was a long time ago. It was pretty much when the game first came out. But, yeah, that... Okay. Sorry about all that. I wanted to jot down some thoughts. Speaking of which, I actually need to update the HUD. I'm so bad about this. One of these days, I'm going to figure out a way to, like, update the HUD automatically. Like, I don't know how that's even possible, but I'm sure there's some way. But either way. So notice, all right, so I was talking about pacing. So we have this whole, like the dungeon, the first dungeon of the game. It's gloomy, it's dead, it's rotting from within. Yes, I know where I'm going next. Thank you. And you know, it's this whole thing. The further into we get it, the more energetic and dynamic that the music gets. Then we have our first encounter, which is with knocking out all the things. We do the escape sequence. The escape sequence is intense as crap and uplifting and awesome. The owl shows up. Holy crap, we're dead, but it's okay. And we're here, and this music plays. Color palette. We've actually been here before, if you're paying attention. This zone, I should say. But now that the water's actually clean, we can literally go swimming. This is another new mechanic. We also have a breath bar. That'll be something. But yeah, this is your safe. Have a breather. Take a moment. Bright colors. Lots of greens, yellows, and blues. This is really well done, honestly. It's one of the reasons Ori is going to crush it on the story axis, I'll tell you what. So I just got a donation there from Riox. Thank you very, very much for the donation. I do very much appreciate it. And I need to take a headache pill. So you want me to put it towards... So that we actually have a concept for that. It's called Dealer's Choice. And we haven't really been putting money towards Dealer's Choices recently. But hopefully, once we finish the Mario 3D block, we'll actually be able to start putting stuff towards Dealer's Choice again. And that'll be awesome. So thank you very much for your support. I do appreciate it. Okay. All right. Let me jot that down before I forget about it. And yeah, one of the things Ori loves to do is leitmotif. I've said this before, motifs can be done well or badly, just like anything else, especially when it comes to music. But I think Ori does a wonderful job with its motifs because each of the songs sounds like a completely different take on the same song. Let's have a good night, Ryux. And, do I have? I do not. FF14 is another example of a game that leans on its motifs pretty hard. Some games leans on those motifs a little bit too hard. Looking at you, FF13. Don't mistake me, I enjoy the soundtrack of FF13. In fact, I think it's its strongest feature. But FF13 uses the main theme of FF13 for freaking everything. And that's the problem, it does get a bit old at a certain point. I love those little gasps. They're so cute. Here, I'll let you listen to it in just a second. How many of you it took a while to figure out what to do there, by the way? No judgment. No judgment. I did, Crazy Norse. You are absolutely correct. Here, I'm going to turn the audio back up for just a second. I just want you to hear this, okay? So listen to Ori. It's so cute. Yeah, we all know I have a thing with drowning main characters being cute. Points if you were actually there for that stream. Let's not do this just yet. Hang on, let's... Screwed this up. I'm gonna die. I'm also not used to using the analog for this. I'm a D-pad person. I've said that before. But doing D-pad for this section is a little bit trickier, which is why I did it first try without issues. God damn it, Laura. I mean, apparently, Crazy Norse. I did second try the hardest part of the entire game. Something I am legitimately proud of, by the way. I don't like to toot my own horn because I'm a pathetic, worthless nobody nothing, but I managed to two-shot try that freaking tree, and I'll take that. Stupid tree. I've done that tree without double jump before. Took me a lot more than 2 tries, though. Rando, if you're wondering. I honestly recommend this soundtrack. It's a good one. You notice how the water kind of reacts when you do stuff to it, by the way. God, I've never done that one, Kitten Fan, but a friend of mine who was doing a rando with me had double jump and not bash, and had to do that sequence, and it was just like, why? Why hast thou forsaken us? We've had some mean seeds over the years. It's okay, Eva. I don't judge you. Outlaw! Evilness. Oh yeah, did you catch the fact that all of the other versions of us throughout the game, all died and became trees? Just saying. Death, rebirth. Come on. No, whatever. No, but everybody else died, so... Gotta count for something, right? Listen, all I'm saying is that death sucks. I don't think that's that unusual of a perspective. Oh no! But no, that sounds more like, oh god, what was that crap game? I can't remember the name of it. It was the Mummy Demastered. That was it. You remember that nonsense? You die, and instead of a tree, it leaves a zombie where you died. But, you know, it's kind of the same thing. So at the moment, Kitten Fan, I have given the save system a positive and a negative, but for reasons that are probably self-apparent. I obviously do enjoy aspects of the saving and being able to save anywhere. It's pretty neat. I do think it's a little bit too limiting and a little bit too easy to lock yourself into a corner. Not literally soft locking, because that's not what soft locking means, but you can really screw yourself over with that. Like, I even get the idea of what they were going for with Mummy Demastered, and it's an interesting idea, and it's just, no. Listen, I'm going to kill everyone in the world until I conquer death, Crazy Horse. No one can stop me. 6! Boom. We now gain increased experience. Sounds like a minor thing, but no, there's a reason I wanted to beeline for that. Okay, there's also a cooldown on saving, which feels like such a weird choice to me. I can only imagine that that's there for code reasons and not balance reasons. Because it's an extremely short cooldown. Yeah, there's a reason I beelined right for it, Kiro was. What are you linking me, Bregman? That's not what I think you meant to link me, Bregman. Just point it out. Listen, are you trying to say something here, Bregman? We need to have a chat. I need to buy a new keyboard. Is that what this is? Is this your way of e-begging? So we actually have kind of, like I said, we knocked the hinges off of work. We can go a lot of places right now, but I don't want to do an item 100%ing thing. As much as I totally could. So, did I write down the Cornfeld Swamp? I don't think I did. So we've got... here. Yeah, we're going west now. I know exactly where we're going. We're going to hell! See? I can tell we're going to hell because someone's knocking at my door. And the only reason anybody would ever knock on my door is if we're about to go to hell.
What?
Alright. So, now that she's sending us directly to hell.
No, I'm not sending... No. I was showing something cute I made. I said, don't cinnamon roll, human.
Aww. That's really cute. I love
and
the
then I
ears
made
especially.
little cinnamon roll.
Hello.
Why are you eating them?
Because they're cinnamon rolls.
But they're bunnies.
But they taste like cinnamon rolls.
Got a little...
Must eat cinnamon rolls.
Oh,
Must eat cinnamon rolls.
Kill.
No, don't kill me.
Explode. Revive.
Cinnamon rolls.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm not very good at drawing in the chibi style, but this...
No, I think you did a good job. It is very cute. And then, of course, there's Pumpkin Cat. Pumpkin Cat. I know, right? I was just thinking about ordering cinnamon rolls for dinner tonight. And I really shouldn't do that. Because dinner's going to be on me again tonight. Where am I going? Where am I going? Let's do this. Let's go down into the depths. By which I mean, let's go to the save point, which is right here.
Yeah.
Which allows us to warp. Hello, cat. Be gone, cat.
Stop coming in here, cat.
Like, but you're in here. I can go wherever you are, right?
No.
Right? Don't abandon me here. Do I have enough mana for that? I do if I get mana on the way. So I've only played the non-definitive edition of this game once, Kitten Fan. So I'm gonna be honest, I legitimately don't know what you're referencing. What's the... What bird cutscene are you talking about? I think I also just saved, so I'm not even sure I can actually undo that. Okay, here's the bird cutscene. The bird attacked me like it was an NES game. And then the bird died like it was an NES game. Yay. I was gonna say, can't we still get that? Hang on, let me think about this. So we're... Interesting. Not what I was hoping for. I wonder if I've even seen the cutscene you're talking about. Like, I'm sure I have at some point, but I have no memory of it. Oh, and if you don't remember, this area had much gloomier music last time we were here. I might need to start upgrading our offensive capabilities, because holy crap. Still hunting the light, blinded by hate. We could keep progressing this way, but we really shouldn't. So we're not gonna. Oops. Almost there. Frickin' piranhas, I swear. Something I find amusing. This game labels itself a tale, essentially. But it's not. Like, its style, its presentation, its tone feel like a tale, but no, this is a story. And I don't know why, but that's always amused me. Not the only one that does that, too. I've seen plenty of games that do that. Well, a story is something that you can see is actually happening. It maintains a degree of internal self-consistency. Even if it's fantastical, you can see how point A leads to point B, leads to point C. Tales, by contrast, are not intended to be perceived in that manner. They are usually, like morality plays, to use the classic example. They're intended to get across a point, or a message, or an allegory, so they don't maintain that level of internal consistency. Things just kind of happen because they need to happen for the sake of the story. And I know that sounds like bad writing, but no, there's a difference between a badly written story and a tale. I admittedly tend to just get into the habit of mashing X while walking around. Pretty much because of this. Dark Souls is not a tale, believe it or not. Bloodborne might be. But Bloodborne's kind of its own thing. The problem is we have no idea what's actually happening in Bloodborne. Example of a video game that's a tale. Tale of Two Brothers is the example that always comes to mind immediately. There is no internal logic or self-consistency to Brothers. Tale of Two Brothers. It is designed to be a tale of two brothers. I know that sounds redundant, but you get my point. Hollow Knight? No, Hollow Knight's pretty self-consistent, although there are some question marks there. But we have a pretty decent idea of what's going on with that. I talked about that during that run. Let's grab a save here, actually, so I don't have to do that again. Yeah, I didn't need it. Okay, let me try to think of another Tale game. They're actually pretty rare. Is it Tale of Two Sons? Whatever that's called. Dumb Game of Dumb. I'm joking. It's actually a pretty good game. Yeah, I think we'll work on that now. Kingdom Hearts. Actually, what's funny is Kingdom Hearts couldn't make up its mind if it wanted to be a tale or a story. And I shouldn't say couldn't as if it's past tense. It's still a problem the series struggles with identity-wise. Sometimes the series is quite cohesive and internally consistent, and then sometimes it is not. I did do a rumination of Tale of whatever that's called. Sorry, I was specifically thinking of Dark Souls 1. I actually don't know the story of Dark Souls 3 at all, so I can't speak to that one, for example. Sekiro is pretty well cohesive. Dark Souls 2, and again, Bloodborne is doing its own thing over there. I have played Dark Souls 3. I couldn't tell you what's happening in it, though. Oh, that's... I could not tell you a single plot point in Dark Souls 3 off the top of my head, other than the obvious ones. I've never played Demon Souls. Either the original or the remaster. Yeah, what happened to 3? Well, okay, so there's probably something to do with death, and fire, and the dark. That's pretty normal. Good night, Crazy Norse. So I mentioned bugs with regards to the game. Well, the big bug was, of course, the 8-directional thing I already mentioned. It would not acknowledge analog, but that's not the really, really big bug. Poor bird. Yeah, Gree, that's a good example of a tale. Honestly, a lot of allegory games tend to be tales, now that I think about that. The really big bug is this would not work. You could not, under any circumstances, get the feather to work. This is when I had to put down the game the very first time I ever played it. Because we could not progress, because we couldn't use the feather. Obviously it works now just fine, but let me tell you, that was a thing. Hey, Juju's. How was the beach? Oh yeah, there's the Misty Woods. Want to do that now? I guess I have to, because I don't have the one back. Yeah, okay, sure. So this is probably one of the more interesting levels in the game. You'll notice there is no map for here. That's probably because there's not really... Like you kind of can't. There is technically a map for here. But there's a lot of... Well, I mean, you see what's going on. So there's our destination, the thing we just passed at the very beginning of the woods. I wouldn't call this game super hard, but it is actually a pretty decently hard game, although only some of that is proper hard. Having said that, there is some proper difficulty in this game, which I always appreciate. Oh geez, oh geez. Need to do that. I love the trees in the background. Speaking of which, Misty Woods, I need to write that down. Write down zone names as I'm going here. This is the area that half the time I wouldn't even go to for a rando, because you usually don't have to. Okay. My point being is that most of the fake difficulty in this game comes from control issues and imprecision issues rather than, you know, like, bullcrap. Having said that, I do like most of the platforming challenges in this game. Like, pretty much everything to do with the frozen area. Hell yes. That's just all kinds of awesome. And I actually like Mount Horu, weirdly enough. Although, it's gonna be weird going through the ice area in order, because almost every time I go through this, I go through the ice area in reverse. Which I know I've said that a few times, but trust me when I say, it's definitely the weirdest for the ice area. Nice music choice for, you know, the, Okay, that was cool. For the dream sequence. I mean, the totally legit sequence. It's definitely not a dream. Oh, God. So obviously we usually do multiplayer rank. That's the most important thing. We allow the reset button, obviously. I don't remember all the other settings. Okay, give me a second. Just pull it up really quick. Because I probably have... Yeah, here we go. So... we do, let's see, open world, skip final escape, because final escape is whatever. We don't do forest trees. We usually have clues. Oh, excuse me. Apparently, I do actually have forest trees on. My bad. So we've got forest trees. We've got glades. Spawn glades are set up. Logic mode is standard or expert. Multiplayer option is obvious. I guess that's kind of it. Yeah, we don't really do anything super fancy with it, unlike, say, the LTTP randos. So other games I would consider to be Tales. Oh, jeez. I can't remember what clue mode does. I remember it does something. It's something with, like, how one of the items interacts with the map. Okay, so, I'm sorry, actually, no. Clue mode is, The dungeon keys are placed randomly throughout the map. Each 3 skill trees you visit, the game will tell you which zone you can find one of the keys in. Although there is another toggle, and I forget where it is, that we like to use, which is what I thought that was. And that's the one where it'll, like, highlight the map if you're near something, and the color it highlights will change based on how useful or important that item is. It's a way to guide you towards which pickups to actually bother with. I'll admit I don't use that mode all that often, but my friend, like, swears by it, so we usually leave it on because it's the same seed for both of us. Shrug. Yeah, it changes the C stuff on the minimap thing, or the map thing, to actually be worthwhile, basically. That's the one getting bad, the hot and cold thing. Come on. Okay. You know, I wasn't sure about Life is Strange. Oh my god. You suck slightly less. Fine. Shouldn't have to use that, but whatever. No, Lord Haramont is talking about qualifying that as a tail, which I'm not sure I agree with. I'm not sure I disagree, I'm just not sure I agree. I'm actually having trouble with Theoretical Artist. I can't think of another one off the top of my head. Oh, there's nothing here. That's weird. Oh well. I gotta be careful here, right? Remember which section this is. It's okay, they're not insta-kill spikes. Bob hasn't gotten his claws into this yet. Deceived by the mist, they were lost in the woods. I don't know if that actually counts, Giga, but that's because I've never played that game, so I have no idea. Come on in. Okay.
Ray peed and pooped on the floor.
Yep, that's the dog thing to do, apparently. Okay. No! I have to go clean up dog poop. I'll be right back. There we go. What my adorable niece failed to mention, not that I blame her for that, of course, is that the dog had pooped on the floor 3 separate times. So I do apologize for that taking a minute. Possibly has this. I have no idea. I wouldn't know dogs. Where am I? Right. Dying. Now where am I? My biggest memory of this area is of not remembering how to get through this exact spot right here. The answer is to just avoid it completely. Sure, I can deal with that. I should probably be using the feather that I have, that I keep forgetting I have at this point. Oh my god. Yeah, I should probably get that experience too. Button. That guy was just being a dick at that point. I think taking the ending into account, Lord Haremont, I wouldn't argue with you against that. Sorry, I was still kind of mentally recovering from the duh. Fine. Hello, Nero's house. But anyways, I started dying. Oh, and she's back. Hang on, let me pick up the phone again, put it back up to my ear. Hello. Again. So, that's... I mean, we're a decent chunk into the game, but I keep being interrupted by various things. Okay, where am I? So let me tell you, trying to play this game in this section while trying to talk to your sister, well, navigating, it's a thing. It's the whole thing. Should not hurt that bad. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I see what I'm seeing. She's haggard, I think is the word I would use. This is just a week from hell for everybody. I don't know anybody who's having a good week this week. is when someone in chat's like, I'm having a good week. And that would be awesome, actually, to hear that. Somebody somewhere is having a good week. Oh, I'm dead. Unless... Nope, they just let me die. They just let me die. Like, we're not gonna spit at you. Screw you, buddy. Yes. Hang on, I can't quite hear it. Give me a second, Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah. Okay, that's 4. What?
Does the Amazon thing say any
Yes, it says it will never arrive ever, ever, ever.
time?
Ever. Ever. Ever, ever,
That's enough ever.
ever. Hang on. So this one, I don't know why they shipped them separate, is 2 stops away. And this other one is 2 stops away.
What does it mean by 2 stops away?
It means they're dropping off 2 more stops here. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Here in the neighborhood?
Yeah. And then, they will be here.
Wait, the 2 different stops?
Yeah, looks like they put them in the same thing.
I thought both of them was going, one of them was coming here tomorrow.
That's what I thought too, but I was wrong. Dead wrong. Now that's a spike pit, which I'm just jumping into. Because I love spikes. Ugh. There we go, we're dead. Delicious spikes. But that means if you just hang out downstairs, you'll probably get your thing pretty soon, kiddo. She's so impatient. She's like, I demand everything right now, or death. She threatened me with death by nightmare. She was like, you're the worst uncle, unless you buy me this thing. Interesting situation to be in here. That's not what I want. We're just gonna do this.
Maybe I don't want to be in position of ruler of the world.
Why not?
Because
Ah! I'm being shot at. I'm being shot at.
people might want to kill me.
That's true. Like, one of the reasons I don't want to be emperor is because everyone's gonna be like, oh my god, we gotta kill him. And I'm like, but I just, okay. Fine. And then they'll try to kill my family members, and they'll try to kill my friends, and they'll try to kill people I've never even heard of because they think that I care about them. They'll be like, this person claims to be your best friend. I'm like, who is this person again? And they'll be like, we don't care because they're dead. Because we're evil. It's like, okay. You got anything else going? Nope, we're just evil. Okay. Cool. Can I like interest you in a copy while you wait for the results of your evil plan? 2 sugars, please. Listen, Sronny, it's not my fault that people are constantly trying to kill me. Evo. But, let's see here. Oh, jeez. Not really help to be dealing with it right now. Okay, up. I'm dead. I'm dead again. All I am is dead. That's all I can do, is die. And below it was said, go forth, my son, and die a bunch, because you suck. I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. What? like going into places just absolutely riddled with spider webs, like as a policy, you know. But I gotta make an exception to this place. This place has got some really nice decor. You know?
What?
Ritzy, really.
I have a policy of not going in places that have guests.
Really? What do you got against dead spikes?
They're guests.
That's true. Here, let's demonstrate what that means. Ugh. Okay, so let's try that again. Really? That is... okay.
What are those?
They are. If they work correctly. Ow. I'm just gonna die. I'm just gonna die. I accept death. Don't mind me. Oh, I failed at the jump. Perfect.
What are you?
I am the darkness.
You look more like no light.
Oh, that's funny, because that's pretty much exactly what I am. Whoa! Nope. Hold on to the spikes. And I'm an Amana, so no more saves. Okay. I don't know why you didn't grab the thing. There's actually an in-lore reason for that, Evo, and you can probably guess it just by, you know, the way the game has been portraying this level. And she gets it. Will Evo be able to discern the evil nature of the evil forest? Oh Jesus! Oh Jesus! Oh Jesus! It's a giant slug! It's a giant slug! No! 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 Okay.
Giant slug kills them.
No, we got some mana out of it, so it's all worth it. Something that's going that way.
Okay then.
And that should be your thing.
Done.
Although they don't ring. That's a little weird. Oh, that's a sight. Actually, man, it's weird not having grenades at this point. Damn it, Gigapony. I'm doing the best I can, okay? I mean, the whole forest is corrupted. But actually, no, believe it or not. This part of the forest is just neatly protected.
Pickies were ordered by you, but there was a box that was really big, and it said heavy on the sticker.
Oh, yeah, that's the furniture that Mama ordered.
I'm assuming this is the books.
Could be.
It feels like the book.
So, I will answer you very soon, Evo, I swear. Yay.
It's nice and warm.
As it should be. Because it's been out in the heat.
It smells so good. Smell it.
That smells weird.
Smells good. Oh, there's a box.
What's in the box?
I don't know. I have enough keys. I'm going to take one of your keys
No. No. My keys.
and use it for setting.
Just try to do its job.
Yeah, and it no longer needs to do it.
Hey, that's a good point. You did a good job, Tate. Congrats.
And we're setting you free.
Be free, Tate. Be free from this mortal coil. Evil. So, the reason the forest was so weird What's more mystical than drugs, but we were basically being drugged up the whole time. Give me that. You notice how everything was all wavy and weird? Vision, hallucination, etc.
Word. Very, very word. It smells good. What else is in there?
This is for testing the breakers. Because we have to get the breakers tested.
Yay! But
And now I'm going to steal the book.
no, mine.
Can I see it?
Mine.
Can I see it, please?
Fine.
So, now that we did that, interesting. I like it.
Color me.
This is the book I told you about, Eva. It's the drawing prompt books that I expect.
Happy off.
Have fun, kiddo.
I'm not gonna take my chair with me. I'll just sit on the floor.
No, take your chair. Take your
I
chair.
have too many supplies.
Okay, okay. So we can now access the Forlorn Ruins, aka the Frost area. But yeah, like if we go back into the forest now, it's this tiny dungeon that's barely even there. Like look at that, that's it. That's the giant dungeon we just went through. Because hallucinations or mystical haze or whatever the hell you want to call it, you get the idea. It's a very, very common thing for, you know, the truth to be shrouded in mists. Even World of Warcraft does that. I mean, again, it was probably more magic than drugs, but yeah. You get the idea. I guess I should level a little bit. Where are we at? We. In all honesty, the sex sequence we just went through, meanness aside, is one of my favorite levels by memory. I'd say probably my second favorite. Yeah, maybe I should do that, actually. Sorry, I was debating my leveling strategy. That's definitely not what I meant to do there. There we go. Shortcut get. That's not even close to what I hit, but sure. Yeah, I saw that rumor too. I need to go there, don't I? Yeah, okay. Sorry. Forgot where I was for a second. Oh, everyone chat. Where is he? What's he doing? Oh, God. Having said that, I know people will disagree with me on this because they already have, but I would much rather have a Morrowind remake than an Oblivion one. Oblivion's fine now. I can go play Oblivion right this second and enjoy it. No mods. I've proven that because that's why we call it the Oblivion line. Hey, Valerian. But Morrowind? Like, when we get to the BRPG block, I do not anticipate Morrowind is going to score very well. I'm going to be honest, I don't care about Arena or Daggerfall. I don't mean that as a negative thing, really. What I mean is, Arena and Daggerfall are the kind of things that I would have to... not grenades. Are the kind of things that I'd have to be like, well, okay, sure. Okay, this room. Come on. Wrong button. Of course, I'm also the kind of person who thinks remake means remake and not remaster. Something that I've gotten hackled about before. Well, I guess my point is, Ross, and I know that I'm saying this really badly, I would actually welcome the idea of a Daggerfall, excuse me, or Arena remake, especially if they were proper remakes. But the harsh truth is, it would very much be a wait and see kind of a situation to see if they were actually good. Because I never liked Arena or Daggerfall, and I did play those when they came out. There we go. Homeworld? Oh yeah, absolutely. Homeworld needs a remake. Especially since it got a remaster, which actually made the game arguably worse. In ways that we will discuss when we get there, because that's the version we'll be playing for stream. Well, that sucked. That really sucked, because we... I get into the really bad habit of forgetting to save in this game. And that comes mostly from the rando thing, too, because you go through huge stretches of not saving in randos. Because you're just testing stuff out, you know? It's like, well, it was a waste of time. It's more like, well, I tried that and it didn't work, so we'll try something else out. So we're starting to see ice enemies. Bit of a taste of what's about to come. I'm so not used to this entrance. These don't even come out this area. Once lush and green, now covered in ice. Those who didn't escape paid with their lives. Dungeon number 2. The Forlorn Ruins, aka the Frost Dungeon. They built miraculous structures and infuse them with the light of the tree, which keeps them safe. Yeah, and there's a whole lot of them frozen to death right at the entrance there, if you didn't notice that. In case you missed the tragedy of that, the only thing that could open their doors was the energy of the light. Once the light went away, which caused this place to freeze, the door wouldn't open. That's why they're all piled up at the door. Because they couldn't get out. So we immediately see that fire is hot. Good to know. So this is interesting. So similar to the light thing earlier, everything within this field is frozen. Therefore no longer causes pain. Also means our physics get a little bit different, as you can see here. So, I'm curious how many times I'm going to die here. Because by memory, this is my favorite dungeon in the game. Give me one moment, please. I need to write down some stuff really quick. I need to respond to my sister. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Here, have some music. Anyways, this is a good time as any to give this game multiple positives to music. Which is funny to say that, because I've already given it 4. Alright. I will probably end up giving it another one, though. So you notice it does follow us, which is actually a really nice quality of life thing. So in case you ever screw up a little bit, it can just work to you. You know, if you ever lose track of it. Also, so the way the physics here works is great. So you have, it's like a puzzle. You have to have a corner piece like this to transition to a new type of physics. Now this is the ground up here. But if you ever let go of the orb, you just resume normal physics wherever you happen to be sitting. And there's usually a bit of a grace period, for lack of a better way to call it. So you don't immediately start falling, and so you can kind of track yourself a little bit. I kind of screwed that up a bit. I can make this work, but I didn't mean to do that. Now, as much as I really like this dungeon, I'm also probably going to give it a negative. For something I've actually already mentioned. Visual distinction. This is probably the hardest dungeon to actually see what the hell's going on. Especially since the enemy projectiles are white, and the terrain is white. It's not quite Hoth levels, but it's getting there. No, I just don't really have the availability to do so. I don't have my tea stuff set up, so I literally don't have the ability to make tea happen. No! That's okay, I missed one anyways. You know, Giga, I worry about you. It would be nice to have my studio set up and all that at some point, but honestly, that's months out at this point. I've just sort of accepted that. I'm actually going to start doing some sound tests, even here in the temporary room. See if I can get some things a little bit better sounding, since I'm going to be stuck here for so long. Right at the end. Well, I'm going to, Documentary, yeah. The problem is everything. First of all, real acoustic tiles are actually expensive. And, second of all, getting them on the walls is a weirdly difficult problem. Like, I can't put anything behind me for obvious reasons. It would mess with that mural. So that means it's going to have to be catchers and deflectors. But I can't put any deflectors there because that's the window. So, with only single deflectors, I could try that, but it's honestly better worth just to do a catcher, which I'm going to do over there, and see if it improves the sound quality at all, which it might not. I probably need to get a good bass trap going as well, but those are like $300, so... I literally don't have that kind of money right now. There we go. It's funny you say that, because I actually think Skyward Sword and this game share a lot of DNA, despite being by different developers for different systems at different times in different ways, but I stand by it. Similar concepts, and I happen to rather like them. It turns it from a platformer into a puzzle platformer. And like I said, I rather enjoy these levels. I probably should have saved, but you know, I'm very stupid. So we'll save here. Never, Ross. It's my destiny to say good things about Skyward Sword. Until we review it, then I'm just gonna back the crap out of it. Just non-stop. Oh god, this game sucks so much. Why does anybody like this game? I mean, come on, tell me this isn't awesome. Everyone in chat. This isn't awesome. Okay, never mind. I love this sequence, though, unironically. This is great. Which is why it's time for me to die. Let's save before we do that. This is a very cool level. I don't remember much about Skyward Sword's story. I mean, I remember the broad beats, but everything about Demise just kind of turned me off of that forever. Teleporter. So you're probably wondering, how do I usually do this level out of order? Well, I usually gain access to this teleporter. I mean, yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Ross. There are a few things that stuck out with me. I loved some of the boss battles. I adored some of the stages. The Sand Ship stage and the Ancient Ruins stage both have stuck in my memory ever since. Groose was far more awesome than he had any right to be. Flying was kind of boring. Remember that. Right on the face there. Yep, yep. I am very curious how Tears of the Kingdom is going to rate when we get there. I've been pretty spoiler-free. There's only one thing that I know that's a spoiler for it, and I don't think it even counts. I'm not going to tell you what it is. Such a minor thing, though, so it barely counts. Probably Ocarina, if I were to guess. Oh no, Twilight, my bad. By memory, Twilight's my favorite, but we'll see how that lines up when we get to the Zelda block. Oh my god. I am not muted. Can confirm. I mean, that's true, Ross. It's actually one of the biggest complaints I always hear about the game, which, honestly, I find hilarious. One of the dumbest kinds of complaints I ever hear, and no offense to anybody who makes these kind of complaints, so I shouldn't say dumbest. One of the type of complaints that I understand the least, better way to phrase that, is, well, it's just the same game, but better. I have an entire term for that, which I call expansion effect, which is, you know, a good thing, in my opinion. Like, the idea of considering that a bad thing just bonkers me a bit. Don't mind me. That's really strange, Zar, because, yeah, I remember that happening last time. Well, I did double check, you never know. Save. And we're dead. Can you clarify that, Yura? Or do you mean visually, in which case, never mind. That makes perfect sense. Because I know you tend to think with a visual stint. So we should be good to progress. Yep, we got all 4. Meanwhile... Yeah, all your people are dead, sorry. Really, it does suck. Game? Game? Okay, we're okay. I agree, Midna is arguably the best Zelda character ever. Yeah, I was just saying, how do those scores compare, Valerian? I mean, I've said this before, I like Fee as a character. The problem I have with her is from a gameplay angle. That'll be a weird circumstance. Plus to story, negative to gameplay for a character. I think that'll be a first, actually. I wonder if the Gumo knows if Gumo knows of their fate. Hope he can forgive us that we lived and they are gone. So you like death beams, right? Right? You like death beams? Which Zelda Fairy is my favorite? Well, there's only 2, really. That's kind of a prompt, I'm sorry. What other ones are there? Don't mind me. Yep. Ah, that's too slow. Yeah, I was gonna say Navi and Tattle, that's kind of it. And Tattle has character growth that lasts for exactly 1 scene. Navi doesn't have any. If we count Fee as the fairy, then I'd go with Fee. Because, yeah, she does gameplay-wise serve the same function. No, why are you... Why? Why? What the hell was that? I mean, I know exactly what it was. It's those controls that we've talked about many times. Yeah, Time Spinner was not a nice story. Come on, game. I've never hated Navi, I just don't like Navi. There's a difference. And we're dead. Like, I don't like stakes that much. It doesn't mean I hate stakes. Oh my god, these finicky controls. Favorite Zelda moment? Ooh, that's... Ooh, let me think about that. Yes, Evo. Not that I would recommend it, but yes. If you are one of those people who can actually manage, this kind of platforming on a key and mouse and keyboard, excuse me, then more power to you. The element of winds. Do I need to buy you a controller, Eva? Lies before us, stored in the heart of this place. These ruins are all that's left of the Gumon, reminding us of their fate. Losing the ones he loved, Gumo is the last of his kind. Ori, we shall bring back the light. For Nibble, the memory of Gumon, let us restore the element of winds. And now to buy Evo a controller. I'm gonna get you one of those like $80 Doom controllers too. That I don't even have. Because they're too expensive for me. Moved by those words, he decided to act. Get out of there, Gumo. New mechanic. How many tries do you think this one's gonna take me? Five. I thought I could squeeze a couple times and I didn't. So here's the plot that they actually showed at the very beginning, we just didn't have context. Remember that light? Told you. The tree just nuked the forest looking for us. Here's a really horrible thought. Think about how many other animals and plants and whatever else out there were all ruined, wrecked, or destroyed by that goddamn light. So this is an interesting one. After the Jinzo tree, what we had was a breather section. We don't get that this time. We get a stealth section. If we are visible for too long, it sees us. She sees us. And we die instantly. Notice that quite smartly, they actually, hang on. They actually zoomed the camera out for this section so you can see what you're doing a little bit better and plan ahead a bit more. Shoot, I meant to go in. You're probably wondering why the left side of this barrier was green earlier. Oh no, I unironically love this section. You notice it does something that a lot of stealth games fail at. Even Assassin's Creed, which bills itself as a stealth game, screws up in this. It doesn't have binary difficulty. There's a gradient of failure here. You have several seconds to recover in a given situation. Like I said, I don't remember what to do with this section. No, not what she hunts us. She's just protecting her child. Remember, the element of warmth is the last to ignite. Sunstone we seek, high top sorrow pass. We must ride the winds. Yep. We actually only have 2 areas left in the game, believe it or not. I told you this is a short game. And I'll be cutting off soon-ish. First, I'm going to jot down some positives. Oh, Mexican sounds really good. I'm actually getting a little shaky because of how hungry I am. Enjoy it, G-Juice. Oh, or else. Someone's got to have a good week, damn it. Man, tacos sounds good, but you know what sounds even better? Burgers. So let's see. I actually do have Snickers specifically for that purpose, Trihexia, but since I know with total certainty that dinner's on its way, I don't really want to eat something right now. So I'm just kind of holding on. Wait, what flavor are they, Giga? What type of carrots are you giving me here? I think that's valid. I turn into the Hulk, personally, Vandalia. Gosh. You know how you could tell that this is a Metroidvania? I know I keep talking about that. I'm just looking at the review list so far, and there's like 12 positives for level design. Do you know how many gave? Do you know how many I gave to Bloodstained? 4. Clip-worthy thing. Oh yeah, hey, Mr. Red, when you look at this clip, assuming you decide to clip this, do me a favor, go back and clip the stealth section too, please. Thank you. Or whoever does this. I keep saying Mr. Red, I shouldn't presuminate. Lest I ruminate. I mean, I enjoyed Bloodstained. It was an averagely good game, and it did several things very well. It's just... yeah, I was kind of disappointed by it. I was really hoping for Soten 2. I don't have the grenade yet. Right. I love those natural audio transitions, I really do. Good music. Musics. I should also probably save at some point, because I am extraordinarily low on health. Okay. Onwards and upwards. Time to do one of my least favorite levels in the game. You like spikes, right? Right? Also, notice the mountain is actively erupting in the background now. Hey, Materia Keeper. There's a face I haven't seen in a while. Or ever, technically, but you know what I mean. Come on, over here. Yeah, I'll go ahead and pop the map. So the goal here is actually distressingly simple. All we have to do is get the wind to go all the way to the peak. That means we have to clear the way. So this is the Sorrow Pass, what I usually think of as the Briar Patch. No guesses for why I think that. And we're dead. Eventually, we will have about double what we currently do if we get everything Evo. We are, in fact, in the second to last dungeon right now. It's Sorrow Pass, then Mount Horu, and that's actually it. This is Mount Horu. Well, Mount Horu is actually like right here, but whatever. I guess we haven't been down here yet. Right, because... Okay, yeah, okay. That was confusing to me, but yeah. Did you know we're not playing a rando? I keep forgetting that fact. And we're dead. God damn it, I was... Okay, cool. You can stop chasing me, little bird. I'm not even that delicious, I swear. I think the Super Metroid Rando was the first time I ever heard the term. And I was like, oh, cool. And for some reason, I never got into it that much. Probably because of time. And then the LTTP Rando came out, and I was like, ah, that's alright. And I didn't even really do much with that one yet. And then I was like, I clearly love randomizers. And that's when I discovered the distinction between the two different types of randomizers. Because the next one I found was an FF6 one, and I was super excited about that until I actually played it. Oh yeah, no, this is like 7, 8 years ago, something like that era. So, pretty recent, all things considered. God damn it! Okay. Problem is, I just don't have any mana. That's causing me issues. I think we're gonna avoid the door on the right this time. Just completely skip it. Getting the map isn't really all that worthwhile anyways. I mean, they keep being developed, so that might be why you're thinking that, Yura. But, I think they're going. Of course, now now you got me questioning myself. Maybe I'm just old and senile. I unfortunately do not need to be old to be senile. There's actually a term for that. It's called early onset. Whoops, I was not paying attention. God damn it. Come on. Like I said, you like the frickin' thorns, right? I think we need 2 more. I think. By the way, let me tell you, navigating this place without the wind unlocked is a thing. Doable. I've done it. But it is a thing. It's 3. Let's not do it here. Let's go down. Where's a safe place in this frickin' stage? I'll take this, and then just thorns. Oh my god, die, you piece of garbage. And we're dead. Cool. Thankfully, we literally just saved. I mean, it was a good voice actress, so that probably helped. I can't think of her damn name now. I was surprised when I saw her, though. Oh, absolutely Materia Keeper. Now, having said that, from a gameplay perspective, it is a little irritating, I'm not gonna lie. Because sometimes telling where, you know, the hurt boxes are can be a thing. Like, where do those thorns hit you exactly? Well... yeah, we're dead. Erica Lindbeck, that's it, Erica Lindbeck. She's not the best voice actress ever, but she's probably in my top 5, in all honesty. Try to deal with this guy this time. Die. Insert the rest of the quote here. Yes, so you probably didn't even notice, but there's this giant storm raging in the distance, and the Mount Horu is actively erupting right now. It's causing some issues. Here and there. There's some problems. But again, this goes back to that recurring theme I talked about. This is nature resetting itself. Because we brought back the wind. And the place has been stagnant and decaying for literally years at this point. And by the place, I mean like the whole forest. decide if that's worth it or not. Well, we don't even have the things for it, so I guess we're not going to do it anyways. Okay. Yeah, it's not happening. Where did I miss one? I don't think I've missed one. I just think I don't have one. Well, let's try something, and then we'll do the dreaded backtracking. I think the problem is I'm a little tired and very dumb. Yeah, it's right there. And that needs to be from the other side, obviously. Love a trip, though. Especially since we don't have the actual warp point, which is way the hell up there. No, there's no way in hell, Mr. Red. I'm not even going to try. I anticipate cutting off in any time in the next 20 or so minutes. Approach whenever the family gets home. So. Yeah, I feel like backtracking is the answer here. Because I can't get through that door, which gets me access to that area, which gets me up there. Okay. Down we go, I guess. First time we've had to backtrack in the whole game. Ow. Not what I meant to hit. If you hit down while in the air, you do the ground pound, so, you know, can be problematic. I mean, I've kind of already given up FML word, so if you want to give me an answer that isn't the one I'm doing, then go for it. Listen, I wanted that death. I needed that death. Man, that's a good question, Triexia. The game posits it as a good thing, so we will assume it's a good thing. Like what genre, Yura? Actually, a tough one. Let me think about that for a second. Another MMO. No, 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 no. Thank you, FM Alward. Thanks, random mob. As I say, usually you can get the keys in the area you need them in. That's why I was a little confused by that. I'm pretty sure there's no mandatory backtracking in this game, like, at all. My mind was going to the Shire later on, but I'm trying to think of what to do with that, you know? A farming sim certainly sounds interesting. But now that I'm saying it out loud, I feel like I'd almost want a fantasy life type game set in the Shire, you know? And if you've ever played Fantasy Life, God, how do I explain it? It's slice of life, except in multiple different respects. Hello? Thought I heard someone at my door, but there was nobody at my door. Yeah, me and Pax played the hell out of Fantasy Life. In fact, we 100%ed it. Go that way. It's basically what you think of when you think of a slice of life game. Like whatever you're picturing there, that's probably what it is. There's multiple different roles you can play, and there's multiple different avenues of progression. Whether you are a cook, or a cleaner, or a... Whoa! Or an archer, or whatever, right? Carpenter, clothier, you get it, you get it. Yes. You need me to sign something?
I mean,
yes,
you
I
said
give
adult at home.
I give my soul over to
You
my
have to
niece.
Put it here.
Hang on, I'm gonna actually read this.
Here.
Hang on. So it looks like you got a 30 today. This is weird. Check this out, everyone. So she's got a behavior score, and it's for every day.
30s.
Except for
good.
Wednesdays, apparently.
Is target. 30s are good. It's 10 over what you need to be able to go to treasure box.
What's treasure box?
You can get one thing from in the treasure box if you get 25 points.
Interesting. What's in the treasure box?
Stuff, stickers, candy, small things.
I give initials. Why do I have to give initials?
Because just make sure that someone's adult sees it.
So,
Also,
first of all, very good
5
job.
extra
I'm
points.
maxing out the score.
Get 5 points if you're being assigned.
So here's the thing they're being scored for in their behavior. Being on task and focused consistently, producing grade level work consistently, behaving responsibly and respecting learning time, and completing assignments on time. Good job, Kara.
I'm being bonked.
Bonk. Bonk. Okay, so now to die horribly. Where'd the
See?
volleyball go? Oh, there it is.
See?
No, you're right. You're right. Whoop, whoop.
That's a bowling ball?
Yep, it's really big. Okay, so you know what the Shire is,
It's more
kiddo.
like a tumbleweed.
If you could pick any video game to play set in the Shire, like what type of game do you think would be cool for that? What do you think, kiddo? Yeah, you can't.
Oh.
Ooh, okay, let's go over here. Yeah, this whole place is a no save zone. What kind of place would you pick? Okay, so she's pretending she can't speak English, which is a pretty normal thing. Now she's speaking potato-y, which I don't recommend learning. It takes a long time to get the nuance of the grammar, and oh my god, learning the vocabulary takes forever. I can see a cooking restaurant game. I stand by my Fantasy Life answer. I think that's a good pick there.
Wait. Potato.
Yes. Yes, my niece is a big troll. Why are you potatoing? Ah! A stealth game. I mean, I love a good stealth game. A Warcraft, Mag'har, Caveman era, Monster Hunter game. I could see that, yeah, because Draenor is a death world. That's actually the proper term for what Draenor is. So they would absolutely need to like Monster Hunter it up to survive fighting anything, and of course they need to use what they find in order to endure, which is the whole harvesting resources thing for Monster Hunter. So yeah, no, that actually would fit perfectly. I am missing something here. I'm trying to figure out what. I've actually been lost this whole game until I get to this frickin' place. Hey Cody, give me 1 second. Thank you very, very much. Remember, you can put that towards up to 3 things, but either way, I will plot that down for Blops 1. Pre-Outland Draenor. If I say Draenor, then I mean Draenor, not Outland. You can do a lot of different game styles in Outland. Outland's just kind of ripe for storytelling. It's frickin' Outland. Remains of a dead world slowly dissolving into the nether. Being barely maintained by constant druidic effort. Like, think about how many people's full... By the way, terraforming game set in Outland. Think about how many members of the Cenarian Expedition have their full-time jobs of just preventing Outland from falling into the nether. Because it's not a small number. Thanks for that, Kael'thas. Appreciate you. Outland isn't doomed, but it's gonna take some work. I don't actually know what Outlast is off the top of my head. It just shows my ignorance. Thank you, dragons. Always. Much obliged. I'll jot that down for... God of War 5, KOTOR 2, and the FF Pixel remasters. You got it. No. We haven't needed to put that in Discord for a couple months at this point. That was when I didn't have a computer. Or rather, I didn't have a computer set up. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm missing something obvious. I'm always missing something obvious. So let's pop back over here. Ooh, smoked Gouda. I steal it. Nom, nom, nom. And then immediately give it back, because, I'm not a dick. I did Czar, but that was pre-Oblivion line. So that'll be an audit run when we get there. Assuming it gets funded, it's not really high in priority right now. So as expected, I was missing something very obvious. Color me shocked. Second area unlocked. Ooh, there. Loving those brambles just everywhere. You like brambles, right? Because they're abso-frickin-lutely everywhere now. Audit run. It's up for auditing, just like, well, honestly, several of the games we've been streaming over the last few weeks. And we'll be streaming over the next few weeks as well. Yeah. And yes, the spikes do damage. 3 damage, I believe. Which, if you're paying attention, from full health would kill us in 3 hits. Damn it. Yeah, I honestly think this is harder than the last dungeon, personally. Maybe I'm just biased against spikes. Played too many Mega Man games. I see spikes and I just start getting PTSD. But the last dungeon, if I haven't made it clear, is the fire dungeon. Come on. There we go. Hey, Vancity. Well, normally I'd say the HUD's up to date, but I'm pretty sure it isn't. Here, I'll update it just for you. Although it's turbo not up to date, but I'll do some auditing off camera. There we go. Now the HUD's up to date. I was literally about to open my mouth to say, so we're at the point where if we get hit at all, we die. And there's an enemy on the other side, because of course there is. What, why? I'm not even sure what happened there. That's what I was trying to do last time, and I was like, no. You're just gonna plummet to your death. Okay. So, there's actually 2 moves we haven't gotten yet. Hang on, I can just double check. Yep, 2. I was right. One of them is a complete game breaker. Which is why we'll get it last. But this is, like, the last mandatory ability. So the charge jump is interesting. You can only do it when you're landed, but you can charge it in the air. So you can land and immediately jump. Oh, hang on, time it right. This. Oh, Jesus. This is going to be a little harder with the controls. But as you can see, you can also just do it this. Oh my god, okay. That's actually an interesting question, Yura. I don't think I really offer anything unique, though, if I'm being completely honest. Variety streamer, but I'm not exactly the only one of those. I do have a strong community focus, but I'm not exactly the one who does that either. And we're dead. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I've played Quest 64 of Endelia. Yeah, I do trial play regularly. If there's one thing that is actually unique about my stream, not just a positive, but something that is unique to me, it's my review system. I am very proud of my review system, and I stand by that. If you want to see, and I'm just going to say this as bluntly as I can, one of the most nuanced and fair takes on reviews that, honestly, I think can exist, watch my stream. I don't mean that as a brag, because I didn't come up with this system in a vacuum. We spent years, constantly trying to refine this system, to improve it. Like, all of the games we reviewed before the Oblivion line were prototypes and was work in order to build this very system. It's one of the reasons I'm okay with doing an audit run of so many games, is because now that those games help to build the system, now we can slot them in, you know? And yeah, you know, I try to be a decent guy. I'm told I have charisma. I do try to be nice. I've got the funding system too. That's another thing. Um, Viewers have a direct and tangible way to influence what we cover on the stream. When did the Oblivion line happen? I don't remember. And we'll never find out until I Google it in a second. Let me finish this area, because I think I can finish this area before my family gets home. I don't think I can, Ross, because I remember you showed up and you had a different screen name then. I remember that. Oh my god, this place. This place. Thank you, Blake Duvall. October 8th, 2020. That's the Oblivion line. Oh my god. Go in the air! Oh my god! Persona 5. That's a hell of a run to show up on. Also, pre-Oblivion line, while we're on the subject. Literally gave us the term empty text. I'm also told that I'm a good, hey, the storm's clearing. Good background, which it probably sounds like an insult, but I know it isn't one. I'm the kind of thing a lot of people put on if they want to have just something to be mildly entertaining in the background while, you know, working or schooling or just chilling or whatever. Grinding in a game, you know. That's an interesting question here. I don't know what you think about that, because honestly, I'm shocked you guys actually watch me. Like, every now and again, I think I have like a minor panic attack, for lack of a better way to call it, because I'm like, oh god, they're all going to realize I'm a complete fraud and there's no reason to watch me, and I'm going to lose my ability to pay the rent. But we did it. We finished the hardest dungeon of the game. Now watch, now that I said that, horror is going to kick my ass. I wonder if Kuro avoided this place. The sunstone still radiates the light she fears. And no, near as I can tell, my funding method and my review system are both very, very unique. And yeah, the algorithms quite literally hate me. Oh. So here's something interesting. Gumo took the light from his ruins, which was keeping his ruins alive. And him taking it away caused the ruins to self-destruct, which nearly killed us. But brought back our mother, our adopted mother. Also, it's not super prevalent, but there is a little bit of landmark design in this game. From most of the quote-unquote panning shots, you can see the mountain, the two trees, and the frozen area. And the cliffs. But now we can enter Hell. Population. I hope you like lava as much as I do, because that volcano is actively erupting. I was gonna say, I feel like I saw you before that, Giga, but I really remember you poking your head in during the FF14 run. And of course the Tor run. Who can forget the Tor run? I will admit I get discouraged. I'm not gonna lie. It's weird every now and again to see every other YouTuber in the world or every other streamer in the world, and they're like, oh man, I'm a small-time person, and I see, you know, hundreds of thousands of views per video, and I'm like, okay. It's sure. Little 2 would have been the beginning of last year, I do believe. I remember that was a January stream. Oh my god, getting out of this place is such a pain. Okay, let's get out of here. I mean, that's true, Lord Aramont. I know people who are struggling to make the bills, you know, to make ends meet, and they have literally 100 times the viewership I do. The reason why is obvious, because views do not directly, or I guess I should say, do not necessarily translate into money. And yeah, this is going to sound like a weird thing, but another reason to watch me is because of my community. I honestly think y'all are awesome. I've said that before, and I will say that again. That's right, even you. But, no, I'm not joking. I do think y'all are awesome. I was gonna say, you usually poke your head in during Kingdom Hearts stuff, Vandalius. That wouldn't surprise me. Do I need to remind you the name of my WoW character, even? Yeah, one of the very selfish reasons why I want to have highlight reels as a regular part of the show is actually specifically so that people can become aware of the stream and potentially participate. Right. This is where I pay attention more. This is the rock area. Because discoverability on Twitch, well, I mean, it's not as bad as it is on YouTube. But at least having 2 nets out there might help. I was gonna say, you were around for the original Dragon Age run, Lord Aramont. So it's been a minute. Songs here. I mean, the best part is I'm going to have even more of Vandali when we do the actual review. Whoop, 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 whoop. Sant. Now there is a fascinating character to talk about, which I already have, so I will not bore you with it again. But oh, I look forward to recovering that for the Zelda block. So we're gonna save over here. I admittedly never liked Girahim, but that's entirely on the gameplay perspective, you know? I barely remember him as a character, and we've already talked about why. Girahim was the very first time my hands hurt during that run. During that playthrough, I shouldn't call it a run. So fun fact, you can do this without the dash. It's really hard, but you can do it. I just like Demise, and the idea of the curse isn't necessarily bad, but they never do anything with it. I know, right? Girahim actually succeeded. It's just funny to think about. Succeeded and then immediately discarded by the one he was so loyal to. It's probably the best bit of characterization Demise gets in the entire series. You know, immediately treating Girahim like a mere tool, whereas we have been treating Fee like a companion the whole time. I wish they'd expanded the lore in Zelda, period. I've been getting more and more tempted to do a Zelda rewrite someday, just because, come on, you know, there's so much you can do with that. And we can get rid of Demise. You can't play with your friends anymore. Me too, Ross. Me too. So, I admit, so this is literally off the top of my head right now, but I kind of like the idea of Demise being... Well, first of all, not Demise. Let's just eject Demise entirely and replace Demise with Malice. Capital M. If you watched the LTTP theater, Malice was actually a regular element of that entire thing. So completely eject Demise and just replace him with Malice, a curse, a force, an entity, non-sentient, non-focused on something. It's just a thing that's in the background that is causing issues throughout the whole setting. And I would probably make it a direct response. I'm probably thinking this way because we're currently playing Ori, but I would make it like a storm. Something happens and nature adjusts, right? So I would make it so that someone, doesn't matter who, we've got a lot of options, tried to either create the Triforce or use the Triforce, build the Kingdom of Hyrule, build the Kingdom in the Sky, try to make the world a better place, and nature and magic in the world just naturally created this curse, this Malice, as a direct reaction to level that out. And so Malice is the storm in this case. And that's, again, right off the top of my head, so that's probably dumb and stupid, but that's probably the direction I would take that. And so people like Ganondorf... what? That was weird. People like Ganondorf or whatever are people who are... kind of swept up in the curse, for lack of a better way to put it. Add a layer of tragedy to them, but also give them the possibility of resisting it. I'm not saying I would, but at the very least, if Ganondorf is afflicted by this curse and gives into it, then he has made that choice. He has made himself his own villain, as opposed to just being a vehicle for demise, which irritates the crap out of me, right? So this is the most overpowered skill in the entire game. It probably doesn't sound like it. You're probably thinking, what's the point of this? This is a grenade. Now, again, you're probably thinking, okay, so... Well, that's because you're thinking of it as a weapon. Check this out. First of all, you can angle it. Second of all... Hang on. Yeah, if I can do this properly... you can bash off of it. You can sort of make a bash target anywhere. Lol, Czar. Sorry, I'm just amused. The idea of me being mad about the Mass Effect 3 endings back in the day is amusing to me, because that wasn't me being mad, that was me being disappointed. Me during the Mass Effect 3 review, which we just did earlier this year, that was me being mad. God damn. Really sitting down and analyzing that, point for point, that pissed me off. I keep thinking about delisting my old Mass Effect videos. They're all really old and crap and have terrible audio quality, and it's just me rambling into a mic while I was waiting for server updates to happen. They're old and they're garbage. Boom. Oh, no kidding, Ross. That was stark. No! That's not gonna happen. Okay, we recovered. We recovered a little bit. Okay, I won't enlist them. I will delete them instead. Delete history. Kill it if you have to. We here at the Lore Walkers are totally cool with revisionist history, as long as it's me doing it. Oh, of course I did, Vandalia. Hell, I used to play WoW on a 56K. Very briefly, but I did. Yes, you are correct, Czar. The grenade is OP as hell because it's literally DLC. This whole area is also harder in several ways than some of the dungeons in the game, because it's DLC. It's also why the music here is recycled. This is not an original song. I mean, that is admittedly the primary reasoning I have, Lord Aramon. Like, some videos I have a demonstrable, like, objective reason to delist, and I have. Because I need to make sure that there's no people who are going to just randomly see the wrong video when searching for something or searching for me. That's why the Final Fantasy Marathon is delisted at this point. But the old videos, yeah, no, I just hate them. I know you're trying to spin your overlays, but I honestly don't think my overlays need updating, personally. And that's not just because I made them. That was really close. As for the thumbnails, no, I'm pretty happy with my thumbnails. I'm curious what you would do with it, though. Damn it, I had that too. Not counting theaters or rewrites, what YouTube video am I most proud of? World of Lorecraft. Zero question on that. Now, I'm pretty sure that's violating the spirit of why you were asking. You're probably asking, like, which rumination am I most proud of? That I'd have to think about. Honestly, yeah, I am more proud of the World of Lorecraft than I am the Chrono Trigger TAS. Chrono Trigger TAS would be number 2, by the way. I mean, it was right there, Czar. Why didn't they just... I know it's like the obvious thing, but why didn't they go with the obvious thing? Let's stick with Ruminations for now. So let's stick with best rumination. Obviously, I mean, I don't want to sound proud, but I actually have a lot of ruminations I'm very proud of. Everything in late TNG, so about Season 3, TNG and onwards, all the DS9 stuff, all the Enterprise stuff, all the TOS stuff, all the TAS stuff. So that's all the show stuff. I'm also very, very proud of Undertale, Dragon Age Origins, the proper remake specifically. The entire Pixar block, the entire Disney block, the MCU blocks, all 3 of them. The KOTOR got a proper remake, Rumination 2, which I was rather proud of. Lord of the Rings trilogy, Lord of the Rings sexology, I still remember how much doing that absolutely killed me that week. That was a very hard week. I went without sleep and stressed the hell out of myself for the entire week to make that happen, but it was worth it. It was a good result. That might be it off the top of my head. As far as Streaminations, well, we've only really had 2. But if we count the Mini-Nations as Streaminations, which there's a good reason for doing that. So if we count Mini-Nations and Streaminations as the same thing, there's no contest. MLP was an absolute treat and a joy to go through. Some episodes we would sit and talk about them for 40 minutes or longer because there was just so much to unpack. I don't know what else to add to that, you know? What haven't I done yet? I need to do reaction videos, which is actually funny because I have done reaction videos. Yeah, Once Upon a Zeppelin was a show that we could just really dissect. In fact, I wonder if I could like pull up my Streaminations and then sort by time and just see which my longest MLP video was. I wasn't going to mention the highlight reels because most of the really good highlight reels are things that other people did, and that's also on the streaming side of things. But if you put a gun to my head, The Secret of the Stars is the best highlight reel we've had so far, in my opinion. It was a legit highlight reel in many ways. I highly recommend going and giving it a watch. There were a lot of good highlight reels, though. Honestly, and I mean this with sincerity, I have actually gone back and rewatched several highlight reels before. Just for fun, just for something to do while I'm doing paperwork. So, the WoW lore run happened during the court case. And the reason I mention that is it's hard for me to actually think of that in a particularly positive light because the whole time I was suffering from severe PTSD and tragedy and just whatever the word is for that. I was at a level of stress that was causing me physical pain. I actually gained a lot of weight at the time, in a very, very unhealthy manner. And I was having trouble getting to sleep. I was actually literally crying myself to sleep every night. So it's kind of hard for me to look at the WoW lore run and be like, yeah, even though it was a very good success, and having gone back and rewatched a few bits of it here and there, it's like, yep, nope, that was probably, honestly, one of my best overall lore runs I've ever done. This is unpleasant. Okay. And one up here. Oh, wow, it didn't kill him. That's fine. please. Well, that's the thing. The WoW lore run was kind of my escape, for lack of a better way to put it. I threw myself into my work in order to endure. So, yeah, that's where that came from. Having said all of that, I put a lot of myself into the WoW lore run. What I remember more than the run itself, because I have a lot of blank memories in that part of my life for the aforementioned reasons, what I remember most is the amount of prep work I put into the WoW lore run, because I put a lot of pieces into place to make sure that that run could happen the way it did. And I'm pretty proud of that. That was not a minor thing to do. That's a doorbell? One moment, please.
Hi, I need a nap. Also, I'm stealing him for the rest of the night. So, this be the end of the stream. Unless y'all are gonna, come over here and give foot rubs. Thank you, I'm guessing. Hi, Evo. Hi, Tensei. Hi, Trihexia. Hi, Mr. Red. Hi, whoever I missed because they scrolled off the screen. Yeah. Second day of school was better than the first day. But then I had to go grocery shopping on the way home. With the toddlers in tow. Hi, Giga. Yeah, Mike, but they pay me. And they pay me pretty well. I'm going to eat. And then stuff. So, without further ado, we're going to cut off. In, retro fashion, we have a